Two. Hello, check. Check two. What's up, folks? Hang on, I'm just going to tweet that I'm live. I'm tweeting that I'm live properly today. Yo. What's up, folks? What's up, gang? The Rob Zone. I always forget the name of the Rob Mob. What's up, Rob Mob? You don't want to be, I don't think you want to be referred to as that. What time do you usually wake up, Rob? You seem like a 7 a.m. guy with a kid and all. Yeah, I mean, Mondo Michelle, I mean, sometimes I push that to 7:30. Like, my kid doesn't go to school he doesn't have to be there until 9:20. So, sometimes, every now and then, I can push that to like 8. That's if I don't get woken up, like, by other things. Sometimes I get it to 8. Those are the really special days. Today I woke up at like 7:40 a.m. So not so bad. And I went to sleep very early. I fell asleep at like 9:45 last night. I woke up a little bit in the night. I was probably awake for like an hour in the night. But slept like I was really tired. I passed out at like 9:40 because I put my son to bed, right? And often when I'm getting him to go to sleep, I'm lying down with him. And if you're really tired before that process, sometimes it's very difficult not to fall asleep yourself, which is exactly what happened last night. Okay, I tweeted that I'm live. I feel like normally when I'm doing interviews and I'm trying to be serious, I feel like I look very scruffy right now. Sometimes I try to put on like more of a professional journalist look, which I just didn't have the time for today.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob.
Did not have the time for this. I do not look like a professional journalist at all today. Neon Zombie, thanks for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you. Was revved up like a deuce in the middle of the night. Yeah, we've all been there. You're not a journalist, Rob. You know this. Thank you, Outrun. What's this stream? I'm here because of Twitter. Oh my goodness, we're already bringing in Twitter users. I'm Canadian. I feel like school started at 8:30. 9:20 for your kid is luxurious. It really depends on the school. Like there was another school close to where we are that a lot of his friends were going to. That's really difficult to get into. And it's like we thought about it, but you have to be there like at 8 or something. It's like you have to be there very early. So it really depends on the school. Different schools have different schedules. And that was one thing, because it's like, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. If we're going to have to be like out the door every single day at 7:45, that's not going to happen. I don't feel confident that we can do this. So it's part of the reason that we chose the school that he is in, because it like starts later. It's not just for me and him, but he goes to bed fairly late for a little kid. He goes to bed fairly late for a little kid, so I was like, this, if we're getting up at 6:37 every day, that's going to be really tricky. So that's part of the reason that we went with that. Clueless has to get out the door and on the road by 7:20, or else the little one is late. See, that just wouldn't work. I mean, I guess if we were forced to, sure, I guess we could probably do it, but I don't even want to imagine that. Like, and his school is like, it's a 5-minute walk away from here. So we can get out the door at 9:15 and still be on time. Lately, on Monday and Tuesday this week, we were late. Still, even with that amount of time, we were late on Monday and Tuesday. We got there on time today. U.S. schools start so early. My high school started at 7:30. Well, my school started early as well. It's getting a little foggy, the exact details of it. This was a while ago. I know you look at me and you say, well, what's this guy? What is he, 20? 22? Not so. I was in high school many years ago now. So I don't, but I was there early. Like, it started early. Yeah, being 17 and having to be in school at 7:30, you're really ready to learn at that point, right? That's a really good environment for learning. That's a really great environment for learning when you're 17 years old and you're sitting in fucking homeroom at 7:30 in the morning. Yeah, it's good. Good stuff. I have to be at work anyway, so I'd be up at 7 and shoving them out the door in 15 minutes. I'm sure you got a really good, solid routine down for that. You got one of those like Pee Wee Herman breakfast machine, like Rube Goldberg contraptions. Starts going off. Bloop, 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 bloop. Pours the coffee and puts the toast in and stuff. Homeroom, I'd go straight into algebra trying to learn dumb maths by 8:15. God damn. This is not a good situation for kids, teenagers. When did 9/11 happen? I don't recall. I've forgotten about it, unfortunately. I totally forgot. That's what they warned us. They warned us not to do it. And I totally forgot. No recollection of that anymore, unfortunately. So thanks for joining us today in the early stream, everyone. Early TRRS episode. We are speaking to none other than Carl Jha. In just a few minutes. I'm looking forward to talking to Carl. He's going to be coming on the show in 15 minutes. That's why we did an early show. He's coming to us all the way from Bali. So it's like 11 p.m. It's 11:17 p.m. I think for Carl right now. So had to kind of mess around with the schedule to ensure that we could do this. But it's going to be, I think, a really good conversation. I've been looking forward to talking to Carl for a while now. I think a lot of the work that Carl does in educating people on history, particularly like Chinese history, but not exclusively, pushing back on Western media narratives. This is all stuff that we, as you know from watching the show, that we like to do a lot here. So I think Carl's going to be a really good guest. I've been looking forward to him for a while, and it seems like, he's been right at the center of this kind of information war going on right now, as it pertains to the whole new Cold War in general, but also he's been right in the middle of the mix of all the information that's been getting around about Russia and Ukraine. So should be really good stuff. I'm gonna send him a Zoom invite in 10 minutes. So this channel books the best guests. Good old Rob. Many are saying this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Critical Mass. Thank you for the 5 months of Tier 1.
Finally, up before the crack of noon.
Yeah, come on, get in here, you lazy bum. Critical Mass. It's okay. Man, I would love, you know what? I would love to be able to wake up at the crack of noon again. For a long time, I lived that lifestyle.
Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Thanks for the raid. Doc, thanks for the raid. The doctor's in. Doc Hollywood, thank you very much for the raid. Bring it on in here. Hell yeah. I would love to be able to wake up at the crack of noon again. For many years, I lived that lifestyle. I lived the vampire lifestyle for many years. It's one of the things that I kind of miss. Ever since having kids, obviously you can't really do that anymore. So I would do that. I would do that lifestyle. I would stay up until, 6, 7 in the morning. Until the sun was coming up and like the birds were chirping outside the window. That was my signal to hit the hay. I'd be staying up messing around with FL Studio or making songs or writing or bullshitting. Go to sleep around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m., wake up at 2 or 3. I was really all about that. I was really all about that life. That's my natural rhythm. That's my natural sleeping rhythm. And I just can't really live that lifestyle anymore. And I guess it's okay. I mean, it's fine. But I do kind of miss that sometimes, being able to do that. This is what they took from us. Exactly. We used to be a proper country. I'm a big fan of the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. sleep cycle, but it's not very conducive to producing that surplus value. Yeah. That's good. And that's the thing. It's like Prax, it's like when you have kids, it's like you can't sleep in till 10 a.m. It's just not an option. So often you end up just losing time. So it's like, yeah, I'll go to sleep at... I often go to sleep still at 2 a.m. I went to sleep at 2 a.m. on Monday night. But then you're up at 7:30 or 8. And that's tricky to do more than 1 or 2 nights in a row. Then it becomes very difficult to function. Good morning, Nick. What's up? Welcome. Talking to Carl Jha in 9 minutes. 9 minutes from now. Should be very good. I'm so happy I'm still in bed. Yeah. Eventually, that would be cool. If I could just stream for bed, that would be fun. Maybe one day I can do that. One day if I get a decent laptop that I can stream from, I can do a bed stream. Just went to the grocery store. Everything feels so expensive right now. Well, I think the important thing is this is just a temporary thing that's going to be, I'm sure everything's going to go back to normal any moment. That's the thing you need to keep in mind when it comes to that kind of stuff.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This is all just a little blip. Bernatalk, thanks for the 4 months of Tier 1. The gas, the inflation, everything's going to go back to normal very soon. Don't worry about it. We're all going to go back to 2019 very soon. The pandemic's going to be over. Everything's going to go back to normal. Everything's going to be fine. Yeah, things are going to get better when President Trump's reelected. Hell yeah, brother. Do you have solidarity with the Ukrainian people? Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. Goodbye to Berlin. There's people that are in cities being terrorized right now. Average people, average folks, being terrorized and bombed right now, and that's a horrible thing. I have been trying to spending the time on this program examining like exactly why that's happening and looking at the context of like why that's happening, and especially examining the role, while not absolving anyone of responsibility, absolving Putin or the Russian government of responsibility for escalating this conflict. I do think it's important that we examine the years leading up to this moment and the political decisions that have been made in the West that have helped cause this and that are actually continuing to fuel it, right? This is one of the big problems about the discourse around Ukraine right now, is that it's just we're completely normalizing that the only way to stand in solidarity with Ukrainian people is by funneling more arms into the country, just an endless supply of billions of dollars in weapons to create some kind of like insurgency, some violent insurgency, which is actually going to be very bad for people in Ukraine. And that's one thing that I'm actually against. I don't think it's a good thing when Canada and the United States and these other Western governments are funneling billions of dollars of weapons into the country, going to God knows who. I think this is actually going to make things a lot worse for people in Ukraine than better. So that's, yes, if you're asking if I do stand in solidarity with Ukrainian people, of course I do. That's why I support figuring out some kind of diplomatic solution and ending this conflict as soon as possible and not extending it and making it worse, which is what the Western governments seem to be primarily interested in right now. I'm going to fire up Zoom here. Shit. Okay.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS MRX.
Don Dark Zoni. Thank you for the 15 months of Tier 1, Don Dark Zoni. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to turn off the notification, the alert notifications for now. If anyone does subscribe to the channel over the next hour or so, I'll make sure to give you a shout out and say thank you after. Okay? Make sure my Zoom is loaded up here. Okay. Everything seems to be in order. And actually, here's Carl Jai right now. He just joined the waiting room. Let's bring on Carl. Should be a great conversation. Here we go.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, Carl. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
Good, good. How are you? A little sleepy, but I'm okay.
Yeah. Well, same. It's late for you and it's early for me.
It's 10:30, man.
Yeah, we're getting old.
Well, I wake up at 5:30 because my son wakes me up. He wants to go he wants to go walk.
Okay.
every
Yeah.
morning. My either my dog or my son, because my dog would scratch at my door. That wakes me up too because they want to go out.
Yeah.
And then I walk my son and my dogs before sunrise.
Oh boy. Yeah. My son's a late sleeper, so well, I'm late for a little kid, but so I
How
don't
old
have
is
that.
your kid? How
He's
old is your son?
he's 6. He's 6 years
Oh
old.
yeah, yeah. He's old. My son is just turned 11 months.
Oh, okay, okay. So you got to
Yeah,
take him out in the stroller and everything.
a baby. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, enjoy that because I'll tell you, this is the advice that I give to every parent of a young kid. It goes by really quickly, that time when they're these little guys, and pretty soon they're these big giant dudes that are present all kinds of different problems. So you got to enjoy that time while it's there.
I can't imagine because I used to strap him in front of my chest, but then as when he got heavier, he hurt my back, so I not just carry him on my
Yeah,
arm.
yeah, great.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us on the show today, Carl. I've been looking forward to talking to you for a while, actually. So this has been a great opportunity to do this. Carl, of course, folks, is the host of the Silk and Steel podcast. Yeah, so I'm really excited to talk to you about some of this stuff. And like obviously the big news that has been happening over the last couple of weeks. You've been right at the center of a lot of the stuff is Russia and Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine.
Sure.
So when this kicked off, first of all, I was wondering, I mean, this is everyone that I've been kind of talking to about this. I'm wondering, like, were you surprised by
Yes.
what happened? Like, I was certainly, as someone that was kind of loudly and confidently predicting that this invasion would not take place, because I'm very mistrustful of kind of Western media and the intelligence community and the national security community. I was very surprised. How about you?
I am right there with you, man. I was even making Twitter jokes about like, okay, when is Russia going to invade? I'm waiting online.
Yeah.
But I was proven wrong. You know, like many people. I for a long time I thought this is just some saber rattling, a high pressure negotiation tactic. Maybe like at most, I thought at most Russia would deploy troops to the Donbass region, kind of like what they did in Georgia war. I did not expect the kind of they go all out full scale invasion of Ukraine. So I'm wrong. I'll make my Mia Cooper right here.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No, yeah, pretty much right up until the day that it happened, I was kind of doing the same thing. As many people came to remind me as I started doing these streams when this happened, many people came to ask me to apologize and do all this stuff. So yeah, it was a mea culpa for me as well. But one thing that happened, like when this invasion went off, and I noticed with you, is you immediately kind of started doing these Twitter Spaces to talk about this,
Yes.
which became kind of very popular right away. So I was just wondering, like, what made you want to get involved in this conversation? Like, do you have a particular interest in Russia or Ukraine, or was it more about just providing an outlet to kind of push back on the Western narrative that we're seeing about this?
It's a bit of both, because I have always been fascinated about post-Soviet space, but lately I'm getting a lot of questions either in my DM or Facebook. People ask me questions. What is China's position, right? And I was surprised, like there's a lot of misconceptions. So I thought, okay, this is the opportunity for me to do some explaining. And I also, in my private chat group in my Facebook with my friends, we talk a lot about the war. I thought, okay, well, with the Twitter space, I thought it would just be like a small group of people. We would just kind of geek out, share information. What I did not expect how big it blew up. And at one point, I think we had like 1,600 people listening in, and we got people from all over global South telling their perspective. That was really valuable experience for me because you kind of validate that like the Western media, mainstream media actually represent a very small voice, among the global population. There are plenty of people all over the world, especially in the global South, that that hold a quite different view than what's presented right now on CNN, BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, etc.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's been really valuable for people to hear those voices because it's really been relentless over the last 2 weeks. This narrative that's taken shape in Western media in which kind of any sort of dissent or even anyone that's, while acknowledging the horrors and the dangers about this current situation and trying to push back on that, but even acknowledging any of the context or any of the what has happened and the role that the West has played leading up to this has been really like shouted down. You're called like a Putin apologist or a propagandist for even mentioning this stuff. So I think it has been really valuable.
Yeah, I'm not even that pro Putin. I know he's he's a kind of conservative autocrat, right? I mean, he's anti-communist. I mean, I'm not. But I'm just quite amazed at the kind of the level pro NATO propaganda we've been swarming with, and now we have people in Chicago, like the Chicago, my second hometown, protesting on Michigan Avenue, demanding no-fly zone. This is nuts. I mean, do these people even know what that means? That means literally they're demanding World War III.
Yeah.
I mean, no fly zone is not something like innocuous.
Yeah. It's not a magical spell that just makes it so planes can't fly over the country. That's not what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they name it no-fly zone for exactly that reason. You made it sound so like magical that NATO just imposed a no-fly zone over Libya to protect the civilians. But what actually means is NATO moves its plane there and bombs the shit out of Gaddafi's army.
Yeah,
and yeah,
yeah. So and yeah, by the way, and also with some of these like pro-NATO rallies where they're talking about no-fly zones, you also see a lot of like of symbols of this kind of like ultra-nationalist Ukrainian movement, like flying the flag of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and these really brutal institutions that were responsible for horrific crimes during the Holocaust, which is totally being normalized right now. It's very bizarre.
I had a guy, Alex, came into my Twitter space trying to explain to us the fine line between the ultra-nationalists and Nazi.
Yeah.
Like, if you need to spend half hour trying to explain the difference, there's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
these were simply nationalist, anti-Soviet nationalists, you see, and they only kind of helped with the Holocaust, but really it's not that big of a deal when you
yeah, I mean, like this is the Stepan Bandera, even Nazis thought he was too extreme because not only he wanted to wipe out the Jews, he also wanted to wipe out all the Poles.
Yeah,
to create an ethnically pure Ukrainian state, and he did carry out some very gruesome massacres before Nazis thought that he was too much and put him in jail. I mean, that's the kind of the person that has been rehabilitated by the West and by the NATO. I mean, in fact, if you actually look at the Eastern European history, a lot of these kind of ultra-nationalist Nazi collaborators have been rehabilitated since World War II. I remember one time I was listening to NPR. This is ages ago, maybe 10 years back. I was listening to NPR, and this guy is talking about his Lithuanian grandfather, like how he fought both Nazis and the Soviets in World War II. So I'm like, wait a minute, that something doesn't sound right here. And then he did say, oh yeah. Of course, when the Nazi first came, they, he had to work with the system. And then but he's really just a nationalist trying to gain independence for his country. I'm like, okay,
yeah.
So he fought with Nazis. Yes, he fought with Nazis against the Red Army. Okay, yeah. I mean, but then he made it like, again, it's a very kind of the liberal trope to draw like moral equivalence between Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, right? I mean,
yeah, horseshoe theory. Yeah,
exactly.
That's I often say this is kind of the bedrock that all Western propaganda is kind of founded on. We have the same issue in Canada right now with our deputy prime minister, Chrystia Freeland, right?
Yes.
Whose grandfather was one of these people, one of these Ukrainian ultranationalists that is also trying to be rehabilitated, who was Michael Chomiak, who's a known fascist collaborator. This is like common knowledge. And she's trying to rehabilitate that as well and rehabilitate this whole movement. And in fact, when people have pointed this out in the past, like, your grandfather that you often talk about being a big inspiration for you, that you draw, who's like inspired you to do the things that you do and kind of help create this nationalist Ukrainian identity. He was an actual fascist. Like, that's actually bad. And she said, no, that's just Russian propaganda. It's the same kind of thing.
This is like Mussolini's granddaughter trying to rehabilitate Mussolini, except like everybody know who Mussolini is, right? You know, not many people are aware of the history of, say, the Ukrainian insurgent army and all the horrible thing they committed, war crimes they committed during World War II. And it's quite amazing that like lately a lot of the images that's coming through the Western media, like Reuters and Getty's image, they even NATO, they posted on International Women's Day, they posted a picture of Ukrainian women fighters. Oh yeah, women make up 15% of the fighting force in Ukraine, and the women they just chose to include is wearing the Nazi black sun symbol on her chest, and I'm glad so many people caught that. It's just
they deleted it. They actually NATO deleted the tweet about this. It's incredible.
I mean, at least they had some sense. I mean, like, NATO. This is, I mean, if you could look at the history of NATO, right? That you had the actual Nazis serving as NATO spring commander. So I mean, it has a history there. But
absolutely.
At least they realize, that okay, maybe it's not cool. Maybe it's not cool to post Nazi symbols.
Yeah, I mean, what you're describing, I mean, I found it so bizarre because there's so many examples right now of Western media promoting and uplifting these like ultranationalist or like overt fascists, like the guy on PBS with the Bandera picture in the back of his interview, and it's really bizarre because it's just like I actually think
he's not just a guy who put a Bandera picture. He's the mayor. Neo-Nazi. Like there was a 2015 article from I think J Post, Jerusalem Post says, the town that particular town where he was at, the Jewish residents were shocked and neo-Nazi was elected the mayor. So I double checked to make sure it's the same guy. It checks the name. Oh yeah, it's the same guy. It's the same guy that appeared on PBS.
Yeah,
it's the same. And even in the 2015 article, it says this guy, he replaced the Ukrainian president's picture in his office with the picture of Stefan Bandera, and of course that picture is there visible in the PBS interview. They just blur it. I don't know if he blurred it or if PBS blurred it, but you can still recognize, Stefan Bandera.
It's really bizarre. And like people are pointing out in the chat, Stefan Bandera's grandson is literally a journalist in Canada covering this conflict. Canada's a central part in all this, and this whole like Ukrainian nationalist identity we've got in this country because of the role that Canada has played in sort of helping to create this nationalist diaspora of Ukrainians. We've got monuments to SS divisions in Canada for people that helped, these Galician SS divisions that helped carry out these huge horrific crimes. It's very strange, and this is something I've been talking about for a while. So it's been very strange to see this start to kind of kick off and see people start to talk about this.
I mean, it's a joke among people say, oh, all the Nazis fled to Latin America, like Brazil, like Argentina, etc. But the other side of the story is a lot of the Nazi collaborators and real Nazis, in particular from Eastern Europe, ended up in U.S. and Canada, and he was under the auspice of the U.S. government back then because these people, because they're anti-communist. So they're okay. We take them in. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what you're describing too has just been very bizarre because, like, in my opinion, like when Putin talks about this neo-Nazi issue in Ukraine and kind of frames this invasion, which is harming like civilians and harming ordinary average people that have nothing to do with any of the context or NATO or any of these or the Donbass or any of this stuff or Azov Battalion. and he kind of talks about this denazification process. It's incredible because it feels like the West is contributing to this narrative more than they're pushing back on it. Like, I don't believe actually that Ukraine is just overrun completely with neo-Nazis, and that like, but it seems like the West is like engaging in more of this Putin propaganda than like someone like you or I ever could. Like they seem determined to like prove that this is actually correct when it's not actually accurate.
And you have people like trying to prove scientifically, by percentage, it's only a small minority that's actual neo-Nazis or Nazis. But ignore the fact that usually it's a small vocal minority that get empowered by none other than NATO to take power, especially, after the Euromaidan in 2014. There was I just saw a video clip of the leader of the right ultra right wing party, neo-Nazi parties, Svoboda, I think it's called Svoboda.
Yeah.
He was talking. There was a video clip of him talking about Euromaidan. He said, "Oh yeah, like they all say, oh yeah, the us ultra nationalists is only a small portion, but guess what? We did 90% of the work.
Yeah,
if
the
it
numbers
wasn't
don't
for
matter.
us." Yeah, he said, he said if it wasn't for us, the Euromaidan would just became a gay parade.
Yeah.
He said that. I mean, this is so like that's yes. The Nazis and neo-Nazi groups are a small minority among the Ukrainian population, but these people are who the NATO's empower and put in power after 2014. And you have Putin is of course using this as a justification for his invasion of Ukraine. But what he's also said was not wrong, because he said, look, yes, a lot of countries have a extreme right-wing problem, including Russia. But guess what? We don't include neo-Nazi groups in our regular army. We don't do that. Whereas, Ukraine, they have the whole Azov battalion, the openly Nazi paramilitary that got incorporated into the Ukraine military. And they are the ones who are prominently featured right now in a lot of photos that's coming out of Ukraine war by Western mainstream media, until people, keep on calling them out on it with their Azov battalion badge plainly visible in those photos.
Yeah, well, and that's another thing too, because people say, "Oh yeah, of course. Why are you focusing on this neo-Nazi issue in Ukraine? Obviously, there's neo-Nazis in Canada, in America, definitely. Of course, there's neo-Nazis in Russia, like you pointed out. But I mean, that's the big difference. Not only that they've been officially folded into the military establishment in Ukraine, but also that they're being armed and trained by the West, by NATO, which is that's just a documented fact. The Canadian government has been sending weapons to these folks for now years as they've been engaging in this regional conflict in the Donbass, and
they're being openly lionized, not just in Ukraine, but all across Western mainstream media. Yeah. All their pictures, those Nazi fighters pictures splash all over the place.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, and this is one of this big contradictions about this invasion is, as much as Putin has used this as a justification, used this kind of real phenomenon as a justification, it's been actually a huge gift to the Ukrainian far right. It seems like they're being even more empowered by the fact that this invasion happened. They're getting more arms and support, and they're getting more diplomatic support and more. They're, like you pointed out, they're being lionized by Western media. It seems kind of like it's having the opposite effect in terms of this denazification idea.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, because average people like us, we don't want to fight, right? I mean, it's always the extreme groups. They have plenty of people who are willing to fight, and those are the people that the NATO just decided, okay, it's worth to these people we're going to empower, because these people are going to stick it to the Russians, right? And because that's what they prefer to average people who rather maybe just live and let live. But no, they want the most extreme groups in power, armed, so they can continuously poking the bear for the just for the purpose of NATO bureaucracy basically I mean, what's the point of NATO after Cold War? I mean, the whole existence of NATO was to contain Soviet Union, but after the Soviet collapse, even Russia wanted to join NATO, because they so wanted to be accepted by the West. Putin, when he became a prime minister in 1997, 1998, he actually asked to join NATO. and,
Yeah.
and of course he was rejected, and like the West, instead of taking Russia in as an equal partner, they keep on aggressively expanding NATO's border all the way to the Russia's border. So I mean, all that is for why? Is that to expand European security, or is that to preserve the NATO bureaucracy so all these bureaucrats can keep their jobs?
Yeah, and like what you're pointing out as well, like people, when people have raised this idea of, well, it kind of seems like, judging from what is going on right now, that the West is actually trying to encourage this kind of insurgency. They're trying to escalate this conflict and turn it into an Afghanistan. You have fucking Hillary Clinton on MSNBC being like, oh yeah, it's going to be just like Afghanistan with the Mujahideen, which we all remember how that turned out. And people kind of point out that it seems like this is the goal of the West, and that gets pushed back on as being some kind of conspiracy theory, but it's not really a conspiracy to point out the long history of the West engaging in this exact behavior all over the world, in Central and South America, and in Eastern Europe, and all these different places, arming these extreme right groups in order to destabilize their enemy. And this is a pattern of behavior that's been going on for decades. So I don't think it's a conspiracy to point that out.
Yeah, I don't think it's conspiracy at all. I may have to look it up. I'm pretty sure some U.S. official openly stated, they want to trap Russia into a quagmire in Ukraine. Like you said, just like Clinton said, wanted to be like Afghanistan for Russia. They wanted to bleed Russian to the last Ukrainians, right? I mean, what is Ukrainians for lives to them? They're just, Ukraine just a sacrificial lamb. They never intended to accept Ukraine into NATO. They rather Ukraine keep this kind of ambiguous status where they can just keep on flooding weapons into Ukraine and to support most hardcore elements in the Ukraine society, so they can keep on go to Russian bear, right? And now when the Russia lashes out, and now this is a perfect opportunity for them to continually fight Russians to the last Ukrainians.
Yeah, no, you have this really bizarre phenomenon that I've been pointing out where, it seems like there's a potential sort of deal that's being offered here where Russia's saying, like, this invasion can stop as long as you agree to enshrine neutrality. If you recognize these Eastern republics, if you recognize Crimea, this whole invasion can stop. And then you have, like, you see this online, and then you have all these people in the, like, not even Ukrainians, but people in the West being like, fuck you, Putin. No way, no deal, Putin. And it's like, you live in suburban Pittsburgh. Like, what does that have to do with you? Like, this doesn't even affect you.
Exactly. I mean, okay, so yes, like, Russia demand might seem harsh for if you're Ukrainian, but like, that's what negotiations are for, right? You give and take. You settle down. You come into to agreement. You compromise. And after end of the day, what is wrong of turning Ukraine into a neutral country like, say, Switzerland or Finland? Like, the Finland was Finlandized during the Cold War. Was that so bad? I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
But of course, I do think Putin overplayed his hand. Now Finland is applying to join NATO, which is really which it's quite unprecedented because Finland is a lot closer to say St. Petersburg, heart of Russia, than even Ukraine is. So they're going to have a bigger problem.
This is the issue. It's like, not only is there this huge human cost to this invasion in terms of the people that are dying right now and the refugee crisis that's happening. Yeah, it seems like a lot of these goals are becoming less likely and not more likely.
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah,
idea of
definitely.
having actual peace, it seems like it's becoming more difficult to achieve rather than less difficult. Galvanizing support for these neo-Nazis and galvanizing support for NATO across the world. It's been like you said, I
I,
think it's an issue of overplaying their hand significantly.
I mean, it plays right into the hands of U.S. because now U.S. got European Union lined up behind them. They shored up solidarity within NATO. And Germany even sacrificed its own economic interest because
Yeah,
Germany really has a lot of business in Russia. They rather keep their business ties, but because they have to choose a stand, they have to show solidarity. They withheld the certification for Nord Stream 2 pipeline in the middle of the winter, to just so like and right now there's talk of boycotting Russian oil and gas. I mean, the biggest loser, I mean, is of course Ukraine, but then the second biggest loser is the Europe as a whole, and U.S. is actually beneficiary because this is so far from U.S. soil. We can just here cheer on the war, and then keep on providing weapons, and everything is working. And like now U.S. can make sure just of the fear of Russia is gonna drive the rest of the European country to line up docilely
yeah,
behind U.S. policy. I mean, yeah.
yeah. Um, okay, well, so I mean, we've definitely set the table for this conversation. So people have been asking you. You mentioned at the very beginning, with when this was kind of starting, people were asking about the Chinese perspective. So I wanted to talk about how China does fit into all this. They're right now they're kind of the country that is encouraging diplomacy and trying to
Yes.
de-escalate. I know a big part of modern Chinese foreign policy is like respecting borders and sovereignty.
Yep.
And it seems like what they're trying to do is walk this line between recognizing Russia's legitimate concerns here about NATO expansion of the West backing these nationalist militias, while also recognizing that Ukraine is entitled to security and sovereignty as well, and trying
Yep.
to strike this balance. Like, would you say that's accurate, or how do they fit into all this?
Yeah. I mean, China actually have friendly relations with both Ukraine and Russia. I mean, China managed to do this, with a lot of adversarial countries. Like China has friendly relations with Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Israel at the same time.
Yeah,
I mean, the one way China does that is by its non-interference policy, right? It's like, okay, your business is your business. We don't ask about your domestic business, and let's just do business together. And for China, territorial integrity and sovereignty is an important issue that, especially that concerns you can be applied to China as well in case of Taiwan, right? Because one of the conditions to establish diplomatic ties with People's Republic of China is you recognize there's only one China. Or the Beijing, the PRC government is the sole legitimate representative of all of China, including Taiwan. So they they don't look very favorably upon like separatist causes. So even today, China still haven't recognized the Russia's annexation of Crimea, for example, even though Crimea did a referendum to join Russia, and it's very unlikely that China will recognize the independence of Donbass, the Luhansk People's Republic and Donetsk People's Republic. So that's what China meant by respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, just 24 hours before the war broke out, he actually said, all countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. That includes Ukraine, right? And then then to everybody's surprise, Russia did this full-out invasion. And so at the same time, though, because Russia and China has maintained a friendly relationship ever since 1989. A lot of people in the West, they still have this image of Sino-Soviet split stuck in their head. But that's actually over by 1989 when Gorbachev visited Deng Xiaoping in Beijing. That was and ever since, Russia, Soviet Union and its successor state Russia maintain a very good relationship with China. But the difference is that initially in the early 90s, both China and Russia are they actually prioritize, even though they may have very good relationship with each other, but they prioritize having friendly relationship with the West. Both of them reach out to the West trying to build better ties. But but West responded with relentless NATO expansion to Russia's border, and on China's hand, they continuously try to contain China in East Asia. That started not least with the 1999 bombing of Chinese embassy in Belgrade during the Kosovo War, and then that escalated up to 2001 Hainan spy plane incident when Donald Rumsfeld asked to increase the spy planes flying around China's coast, and that led to one U.S. spy plane colliding with a Chinese fighter jet and forcing the U.S. spy plane to land in Hainan Island. At that time, I remember the tension was super high, but it all changed. It only changed because 9/11 later that year, and then U.S. attention just focused elsewhere in the so-called Great War on Terror in Afghanistan and Iraq. And then after U.S. after 10 years of that, U.S. suddenly realized China has emerged as a great power, and then under Hillary Clinton's turn as a Secretary of State, the U.S. did the so-called pivot to Asia, and it was a pivot from Middle East, and it was not an economic pivot or a cultural pivot. It was a military pivot. And so since 2010s, we hear about so-called the tension in South China Sea. U.S. need to maintain freedom. What they call it, the freedom of navigation patrol in South China Sea to keep South China Sea open, right? With implying somehow China is about to blockade South China Sea, when in reality 80% of the shipping going through South China Sea is to and from China, right? So U.S. Navy essentially was claiming to keep the sea lane opens for China and to protect it from China, right? I mean, basically, if you think about it, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But so all these activities, of course, increased tensions, and that drove China and Russia ever closer together, and that's what we ended up today. Like China and Russia are basically kind of de facto allies at this point, and China is not willing to see Russia fall, because they know if Russia falls to NATO pressure, they're going to be next in the crosshair.
Yeah.
So it's not in China's interest to see Russia get significantly weakened out of this conflict, and that's why they are sort of throwing Russia the economic lifeline amidst of the Western sanctions.
Yeah, that's been the kind of interesting thing about this moment and following along their position, because I recognize it is a difficult position where they have this, they've kind of been pushed by Western belligerents to form this very strong partnership with Russia. But it's not totally ideological. Like it's a way to push back against Western hegemony and sanctions and all this stuff. Exactly. But it's not like it's the USSR. It's not like Russia's out there trying to spread socialism or working class solidarity or working in the spirit of international cooperation. It's an interesting circle that they have to square this circle.
State. Yeah. I mean, despite what most 80% of Americans probably think Russia is same as Soviet Union, but Russia today is actually fairly anti-communist.
Yeah, and Putin made this clear in his speech before this invasion.
Yeah, exactly, and but See, but Russia and China's interest is not completely aligned because Russia's strategic priority is Eastern Europe, including Ukraine, and China's strategic priority is along its coast, particularly Taiwan. And if it's up to China, China rather their stability on the Eurasian continent so they can get on with their Belt and Road Initiative. The whole point of Belt and Road Initiative is China is trying to build the Eurasian land bridge through Russia to reach the EU market, right? And now Russia and Ukraine is, I mean, particularly Ukraine is turning into a war zone. All the airspace has been closed, right? And that's definitely not good for business.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's why also China probably wish this conflict get wrapped up as soon as possible. And that is why you also see China calls for negotiated peace settlement.
Yeah. And it's interesting. It's like I've said, every government in the West is just seems like they're trying to escalate. China's kind of the one country that's trying to be the adult in the room and try and end the conflict. And I'm not sure they're kind of going to get any kind of credit for that. Okay, so you mentioned Taiwan as well, and I was wondering, how Taiwan independence fits into all this, because people are now sort of predicting, people in the West are predicting that this is a signal that China is going to try something similar, try to invade Taiwan. And of course, while there are some similarities with the West backing Taiwan and arming them, it's also historically, it's really different. You mentioned the one China policy. So you've got this weird kind of stance that the West has to take where they're arming Taiwan and kind of using Taiwan as a wedge to destabilize China, while also de facto recognizing that there is only one legitimate government in Beijing. So how does Taiwan independence fit into all this? And do you think China has any plans to how does reunification fit into it?
Right. So first, let me say Taiwan and Ukraine is very different case, because Ukraine is actually a sovereign country.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas Taiwan, there's nobody in the world recognize Taiwan as an independent nation. There's about a handful of countries that recognize the so-called Republic of China on Taiwan, right? Which is different from saying Republic of Taiwan. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Right. And and at least nominally, the Republic of China, claims to be the government of China. That's everybody know that's a formality at this point, but at least nominally, Republic of China still claim to be China, right? Not independent from China, and so that is a crucial difference. And of course, most of the countries in the United Nations do not recognize Taiwan, and for China's point of view, it's also quite different, because for a strategic calculation in Russia's case, I kind of, I mean, I'm shocked by what Putin did, but I kind of understand the rationale behind it, because the West has been continuously pouring money and weapons into Ukraine to build up Ukraine's military capability, and there's a sense that if Russia doesn't act now, a few years down the line, you'll be too late. And in a way, the current progress of the war kind of validate that Putin's rationale, actually, because we've seen Russia's, in Russia is kind of has been somewhat bogged down in the last in the first week of the war. They haven't made a lot of progress around their main target. I mean, initially it looked like they're going for a decapitation strike against the capital, Kiev, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. And so in a way, the progress of the war, or the lack of progress on the Russian push, kind of validate Putin's rationale that look, Ukraine's military is actually shaping up his capabilities. But on the other side, on China, mainland, or should I say mainland China and Taiwan equation is quite different, because back in 1950s, during the beginning of the Cold War, when the when the kind of the standoff between Taiwan and mainland China first started, back in 1950s, government on Taiwan, the KMT government, actually was running blockade of mainland China because back then PRC didn't have a navy. So
Yeah.
the whereas the KMT had a navy that was built up from all the ships that US gave them through the land lease agreement. And they were, KMT was still doing bombing runs on Shanghai in 1950. And they hold a whole series of offshore islands. They were doing things like privateering, they're hijacking Soviet trade ships that go into China and hijack all the sailors and hightail them to Taiwan and force them to defect to the West. I mean, that's the kind of stuff they were doing. Even like British flagship from Hong Kong, they were hijacked them on the high sea. So, but that the tides start to turn. When mainland China acquires its own navy, build up its own air force with the help of Soviet Union, and in 1980s, when I lived in China as a child, back then, the Taiwan's, they don't have complete air superiority anymore over Taiwan Strait, but they still have better, fighter jets, because U.S. was supplying them with F-16s, whereas whatever mainly China had wasn't a match. But now, since 1980, 40 years later, the the calculus is completely different. Militarily, mainland China pull way ahead. They both in quantity and quality, and the economy of mainland China is still growing. So to give people an example, back in 1980s, Hong Kong by itself constitute somewhat is like about a third of GDP of entire China, right?
Yeah.
And today it's like 3% or something, like in single digits, 3% or 1%. I mean, back then Hong Kong's economy, I mean, Taiwan's economy is many times bigger than Taiwan's economy many times bigger than Hong Kong. So both in economic and military terms, mainland China is growing stronger and stronger by the day. So time is on Beijing's side. They're not, unlike the Russia-Ukraine situation, China is not in a hurry to resolve the Taiwan issue militarily, because every day China's position is growing stronger, and there's more economic integration now across Taiwan Strait. 40% of Taiwan's exports go to mainland China. There's over 1 million Taiwanese study, live on the mainland. So like that's what China has been counting on for the last 40 years or so. I mean, the worst tension between across the Taiwan Strait was actually back in 1958 during the Kinmen crisis, when both sides exchanged artillery fire to the several hundred thousand rounds were exchanged in matter of days, and during that time the U.S. Planners actually had an actual plan to nuke China. Their plan, if they thought if China was going to not even taking Taiwan, they're taking this offshore island of Kinmen, which is only like less than a mile from the Chinese mainland. If People's Liberation Army is going to take the small island of Kinmen, U.S. was willing to nuke China, and the only thing that held them back is they thought maybe Soviet might launch a retaliatory nuclear strike against U.S. base on Taiwan and Okinawa. But in the end, they decide that's a price they're willing to pay. Kind of like now they're willing to fight the Russians to the last Ukrainians.
Yeah.
They thought, okay, fighting the mainland Chinese to the last Taiwanese is a price they're willing to pay. But in the end, Mao did not order PLA to cross the water to take Kinmen. So that crisis passed. That's 1958. That's before China acquired its own nuclear weapons. And so today, not only is the shelling has stopped, now you can fly directly from Taipei to Shanghai, and before COVID pandemic, lot of hundreds of thousands of mainland tourists visit Taiwan every year, and then vice versa in the other direction. So the people to people exchange was already happening. There's already a lot of economic integration. So time is on China's side. China is not in a hurry to resolve the Taiwan issue militarily. I mean, even from a purely military standpoint, to organize a amphibious landing on Taiwan is an operation that's so huge in scale that will make Normandy D-Day look like a child's play. I mean, to gather that amount of troop concentration and the vessels that needed, it's going to be plainly visible through satellite, like how we knew Russia put all its military asset along Ukrainian border like a month in advance. Right, we would know if China was doing troop buildup across the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have any indication of that. Right, so I can say with 100% certainty that PLA is not going to cross Taiwan Strait today, tomorrow, next week, or next month, because it's going to take a few months just to build up the troops, and so it's not. Unless this Russia-Ukraine crisis drags on beyond that, I mean, it's not like China is going to be even if China wanted to. It's not like China is going to be able to take this time to just send its troops over, because it's going to take them a month to prepare. So that's just objectively speaking from a military point of view. But China has no intention right now to cross the Taiwan Strait.
Okay. Another big facet of this is, and this is something that we've been talking about on this show. I know you've been talking about this, but the ways that China now is starting to work with Russia, and as well as countries like Iran, Nicaragua, and countries that have kind of been under the boot of Western imperialism and hegemony, and kind of trying to create this alternative global economy to get these countries off of the US dollar and to limit the ability of the West to destroy these countries with sanctions. And do you think this incident has hastened that? Like, it seems like now that there's this massive sanctions regime being put in place over Russia to try to destroy the Russian economy, it seems like this is all kind of coming together faster than how people planned to.
Definitely. Actually this is a very recent development, because for the longest time China was perfectly fine working with a US-led world order, because China profited from globalization, right? I mean, China's growth in the last 30 years is a testament to that. And China is perfectly fine to abide the so-called international rule-based order. But it's the US in the last, especially since Trump came to power, has really, tried to lock China out of that world. And in response to this, U.S. attempt at decoupling U.S.-China economy, China in 2015 started its own so-called the SIP system as an alternative to the SWIFT system, in anticipation to, the day when, U.S. will use its financial hegemony to punish other nations. But again, the problem is adoption. There's a reason U.S. dollar was the world's reserve currency since World War II. One, because U.S. has the world's largest economy. Two, U.S. In 1970s, U.S. worked out a deal with Saudi Arabia to price oil in dollars, and other oil producers followed suit. That became known as a petrodollar. So that is the basis of U.S. dollar status in the world, and it's just easy for other nations to join in existing framework, right? So even after China created this alternative payments settlement system, SIPS, alternative to SWIFT, the adoption process has been slow, because why adopt this completely new system when you can just use the current system, right? But first, U.S. did the SWIFT sanction against Iran, right? And then now they're doing the SWIFT sanction against Russia. So essentially, U.S. is pushing these countries to adopt China's alternative system. Because even
it's a weird strategy.
Exactly. I mean, even in the beginning of this year, there has been talks about de-dollarization and settlement of trade, bilateral trade in local currency for a long time. But even at the beginning of the year, only 17% of Russia-China trade was settled in yuan. I mean that's already a big jump from 2014 when back then it was only 4%. But still, that's 17% is still a small fraction. But now the SWIFT sanction of US is basically forced majority of Russia-China trade going to be trade settled in yuan, right? In Chinese currency and using China's SIP system. And now, and also it's also not just for Russia and Iran, but for other countries as well. They can see that US can at any time, if you run afoul of US foreign policy, the US government can use their financial strength as a weapon against you. So in its essence, US dollar is no longer a safe haven currency, right? How can it be safe current when the rug can be pulled under you and
Yeah.
get your asset freeze and then like Russia's central bank asset and then get your pull you out of the SWIFT system. So that this is definitely going to speed up the de-dollarization trend that was started a while back, but now it's going to accelerate and pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carl, I know it's getting late for you, so I don't want to keep you too much longer. Thanks for sticking with me throughout this interview. It's been really great to talk to you. Just the last thing I want to ask you about, which is that just that you in particular have been kind of on the front lines of this kind of information that's going on right now with the whole new Cold War situation. Which really seems like it's been kicked into overdrive over the last 2 weeks, and it's gotten a little bit alarming and scary. And I was just wondering, like, how you're feeling right now as this situation develops, and as it seems like this whole new Cold War situation seems to be accelerating a lot and getting a whole lot worse. Like, are you nervous about where this is going, or like, what's your general feeling about where this is all headed?
I'm not nervous because I still think that the primary objective, the prime directive of the U.S. decision makers is to continue their grift of the military-industrial complex, and their self-preservation. A sense of self-preservation is just as strong as the rest of us. Nobody really want to have a nuclear exchange, right? So, and if I'm wrong, then we're all dead. So don't worry about it. and so I'm not worried about further escalation into a nuclear apocalypse. I mean, you can kind of see that in the actions. Like the U.S. First, Blinken said, "Oh, we greenlighted our NATO partners to provide weapons to Ukraine." By that he meant Poland to provide MiG-29 to Ukraine, and then Poland's like, okay, how about this? We will give our MiGs to the U.S. You will give those planes to Ukraine, and then
they're like, whoa,
dude, that's not cool. I mean, this became a hot potato. Nobody wanted to act like, everybody wanted to do some grandstanding, like to act tough, but nobody actually wanted to really go for a nuclear war, right? Or bear the brunt of it. So I'm not worried, but at the same time, I feel like I'm kind of being pushed to kind of counter the disinfo, because my original intent starting my broadcast was just trying to share my knowledge and my love for the Chinese culture and history, and the political part was, I felt like I was kind of pushed to it because the Chinese state media sucks ass at countering the Western propaganda. I mean, just like today, I did a Twitter post. Somebody just showed me the actual Facebook page of CGTN America. This is a Chinese state media, right? The CGTN is a China Global Television Network. CGTN America. I look at their Facebook. They're like totally one-sided in this Ukraine-Russia crisis, even though Chinese government's official policies stay neutral. But this Chinese state media, right? And they have been posting stuff like, oh, what is a no-fly zone? No-fly zone is where is usually used to protect civilians, by establish a air zone where you can shoot down the enemy enemy fighters when they come into the zone. I'm like, okay, like you guys are nuts. You guys like this. You guys are running totally counterproductive to
Yeah.
the official.
Well, I'm sure they see the way that RT and Russia state media is just being banned left and
Yeah.
right. So it's like they probably realize that they do have to walk this line if they don't want to have if they want to have access to these markets.
Yeah, but I look at their engagement numbers. It was like this. I'm sorry, man. If you just want to be like avoid Russia RT's fade by stay irrelevant, then you're doing a good job, guys.
Yeah,
I mean, but I mean, U.S. China is pouring into billions of dollars into these state media and have nothing to show for it. I mean, I'm just annoyed because a lot of people come to me to ask me about the real situation in China, because the Chinese state media, whose job is to tell the story of China, is not doing a good job of it. And so I was compelled to share what I know, my own personal knowledge. So yeah, I mean, like, and at the same time, I was just radicalized by all the disinformation I saw out there, and all these.
I feel the same way, about the work that I've been doing,
and I'm even more radicalized when all these think tankers, who are paid by U.S. State Department, who are paid by arms manufacturers, accusing me of being a paid shell for the Chinese government. It's like, look, man, like, if Xi Jinping wants to pay me, then he better hurry that check.
I'm doing this stuff pro bono personally.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
Xi Jinping, if you listen to this, make sure that check come through. Otherwise I'm gonna turn Chinese dissident. With Steve Bannon and going to full COVID conspiracy territory. We'll link up with Falun Gong, right? that's where the real grift is. I mean, the Falun Gong, this cult, is receiving funding from United States government for their media empire and media outreach. It's a crazy story.
Yeah, and here in the West, our grandma and grandpas are getting this delivered to their door, and that's how they're getting their information on China from these papers.
Yeah, I used to wonder. I'm like, I know Falun Gong cult, but I there's no way like their limited followers could support this their multi-million, if not multi-billion-dollar media empire. And then it was only in 2018 when I interviewed independent journalist Yasha Levine. He told me he filed a Freedom of Information Act, and he found out that back then the U.S. the BBG, Board of Broadcasting Governors, which is a U.S. government agency, was providing fundings to Falun Gong's media outreach. And now they renamed BBG to U.S. Global Media Agency, which supports RFA, VOA, all these U.S. And then the Congress just proved another $500 million budget to provide to the U.S. Global Media Agency for Global Media to provide more funding to RFA, Radio Free Liberty, Radio Free Europe, and all these propaganda channels. It's amazing.
And it's interesting who gets that state affiliated media tag and who doesn't, and like the way that the language works with that. It's very, very fascinating to me. But Carl, again, it's getting late. I know it's getting late for you. Thanks again for joining the show. It's been really, really great to have you talk about all these issues. I really appreciate you taking the time. Would you like to just like plug your podcast, or let everyone know where they can find you before we sign off here?
Oh yeah. So I'm pretty active on Twitter. Now my life pretty much just consists of shit posting online. So I tweet a lot. You can find my Twitter handle is just my name, Carl Za. Carl spelled with a C, and then my last name, ZHA. So Zorro Henry Apple. And then you can also find me on YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel where I host a lot of free content of my Silk and Steel podcast, which is primarily focused on China and surrounding regions, history, culture, and politics. But check out my Patreon, because that's how I support myself and my family on the island of Bali. So on my Patreon, I have a lot of the subscriber only content, premium content. A lot of I'm currently running a series on Chinese Civil War. So I believe I'm the only kind of the English language podcast that's focused, that's carrying a comprehensive coverage of the Chinese Civil War. I think I'm right now. I'm doing a series on the Manchurian campaign. I think I'm now up to the spring of 1947. So yeah. So and then I'm also doing like couple concurrent series. I'm doing a series on the opium trade and in Golden Triangle in northern Myanmar. That's how the CIA supported the KMT remnant army who fled mainland China into northern Myanmar to turn the northern Myanmar into the so-called Golden Triangle. It was the world's largest producer of opium and heroin before NATO occupation of Afghanistan. So how it's funny how that always happens when the CIA gets involved. Soon the opium production goes through the roof.
Yeah. It is interesting, and you could see why they were very not very happy about the whole withdrawal from Afghanistan a couple months ago when that was kicking into gear.
All those money off the books, like all the
they got to fund those black ops somehow.
Exactly.
Shout out to our CIA friends. They're going through a hard time right now. Thanks again, Carl.
Thoughts and prayers.
Prayers up.
CIA friends.
That's right. So thanks again. I really appreciate it, Carl. Chat wants to let you know that you rock as well. Chat really appreciated the conversation. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And you're welcome back anytime. I'll talk to you soon, I hope.
Okay, talk to you later, Rob.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Carl Jha, everybody. Carl Jha. What do we think? That was great, wasn't it? That was wonderful. Oh my goodness. Just two lads intellectually bonding over a shared love for freedom. That's exactly what that was. We love it. Yeah, that was really great. I hope you enjoyed that. I don't know. I don't know what the title to put now. I'm just going to put this as a little placeholder. Okay, so I saw this comment earlier in the chat and I appreciate it. I couldn't acknowledge it at the time. Every guest that Rob gets on ends up kicking ass, and I think I found a common thread. Chat: Rob is an elite interviewer. I mean, I'm not saying that, but some people do say that though. Not me personally, but many people do say this. The interview zone. That's the thing. It's like that's the kind of thing that I feel very grateful for. I feel like over the since I started doing podcasting and stuff now, 2018. Coming up on 4 years, I've been doing podcasting and interviewing and that kind of stuff. And that's not something that I was just instantly great at. But in 2018, I was like, I really want to do this kind of stuff. And I just it's very easy to say I really want to do this stuff and then find excuse after an excuse to not do it. And I feel very grateful that I took this plunge and said, I'm going to start just doing it regardless of not knowing what I'm doing. And then, over the years, it's you get good at it just by doing it over and over again. So yeah, that was a really great talk with Carl. Really informative. I mean, what a knowledgeable guy about not just Chinese history, but global history, Cold War. Incredibly knowledgeable about this whole Russia-Ukraine situation. Shoot for the stars, Rob. Thank you very much, Nicole. Thank you. Yeah, really, really great talk. That was really, really interesting and informative. Yeah, Carl's definitely gonna have to come back as well. Having deep hearts to heart in the cat garage. That's right. His most recent podcast episode, Malcolm X's connection to China, which I was not aware of, seems really interesting, and Carl is a cool dude. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit on the show, Mademoiselle DJ. Talked about, because I just read a few statements from Malcolm X. I'll turn back on the alerts. Obviously, everyone was not, no one was subscribing or anything.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
No one was subscribing or anything during the interview, very politely, not interrupting. Now, of course, that's finished, so if anyone does want to subscribe, you are free to do so again. You are free to do so. Now, I know everyone was holding back, and that's no longer necessary.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man, thank you for the gifted sub. And thank you, John McCain's Ghost, for the gifted sub as well. Yeah, we read a few of Malcolm X's statements about China, and I know that he really admired Mao, and he really admired the sort of militants of the Mao and the Chinese communists, and really was inspired by the fact that they didn't really fuck around, and they didn't kind of take this path of what he viewed as this lesser path that like countries like India took in the post-colonial movement, where they ended up not being respected by the West, and he really admired the way that China under Mao was kind of feared and respected while not being loved. Whereas, and he pointed out, India was loved by the West but not really respected. So I would like to actually delve into more into that about Malcolm X's connection to China, because it's really interesting stuff.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Why do my bits keep decreasing? I don't know where these things go. Also, good interview.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thanks for the 200 friend coin. And I appreciate you watching, Doc, and I appreciate the raid earlier. Thank you very much. We got a slub train. After this slub train, I'm gonna have to probably take a little break. I started earlier. I didn't have breakfast or anything like that, so I'm gonna have to take a little break after this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Outrun, thank you so much for gifting the sub. Outrun is a mod here and should not be... Both Outrun and John McCain's Ghost are mods and should not be gifting subs. I appreciate it, obviously. This is like... Come on, chat. We're leaving it to my fucking mods, my hardworking mods, to gift subs as well. New poll just dropped. 60% of Canadians who think a no-fly zone would risk nuclear war still support a no-fly zone. Wonderful.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's great.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's like I was saying how when Russia is making this offer of like peace and making this offer of...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They're like offering a solution to the conflict and saying like, here's what our offer is on the table. We can end the conflict right now if you agree to these terms. And you have all these people in the West being like, no deal, Russia. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like you don't live there.
Rob to talk you through all this.
You don't even live there.
Trin.
Crackety Kraken, thank you very much for the 16 months of Tier 1. I appreciate that so much, Crackety Kraken. Thank you also to Gen X Bushy for gifting a sub. Thank you to GMO Radio for gifting a sub. Thank you, Mademoiselle DJ, for gifting a sub as well. Very kind of you. Slubtrin. Slub to Rib. We haven't done this in a little while, right?
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness. Vernon Talk, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Look at that. Very kind of you. 5 gifted subs in the channel, right over the first 5 gifted subs. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. I guess we can do this whole thing, right? Do you see, Nicole? I don't agree with this. I feel like I have interviewed you. I've talked to you. It's like when I have interviews, as you just saw in my talk with Carl Jha, it's not this big formal process. It's a conversation. It's a conversation. It's a back and forth, and we've had many of those on numerous occasions. And you are, in fact, welcome to come back, because I do enjoy talking to you, and I enjoy having you on the program. Why do I never find this? Okay, here we go. Look at this. Do we hear any more subs? Any more gifted subs or anything? We're level 4 of this hype train. Is this what you want? Look what I'm doing here. Look at this. Don't leave me hanging.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Marina, for the gifted sub. I know Marina appreciates this shit. And here's the real shit. Here's the real shit, folks. This is the good one.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pissed. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Pissed. Maverick as well. Gave us 3 gifted subs. Thank you so much to Maverick as well. Thank you very much. Nicole, I think you misspelled iconic. Right? People probably tuned into this.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Have some bits.
Thank you, Cheeseburger Freedom Eagle, for the 200 friend code. I appreciate that. When you smile for the camera. I'm sure there's people that come to this to see like actual like interviews and journalism and stuff. And they're like, oh, he's talking to Carl Jha. That's interesting. Why don't I tune into this? And then this is what they see. They come and they watch this. And they're like, what the fuck? What is this? I always feel really weird about that. Artie, you did miss Carl. Yes. You did miss Carl. Don't worry. There will be a VOD.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
There will be a VOD. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure. I didn't say Whirly. No, that's not true. Neurodemia, thanks for the 100 friend coin. We've got a minute left. A minute left to get to level 5, friends. Am again in this mean old town. You're so far away from me. Where are you when the sun go down? You're so far away from me. So far away from me. So far I just can't see. So far away from me. I would like to hear more of that, actually. Like I was saying before, I always love singing along to Dire Straits songs because Mark Knopfler doesn't even really sing. He just kind of more talks. You can just kind of like mumble your way through it. We got 30 more seconds, folks. So can we get to this level 5? We got 20 more seconds because they're only Warlock. They're only previews. They're only MIDI preview. You actually have to pay for the full tracks, which I don't want to do. I would like to listen to the whole thing, frankly. I would like to listen to the whole thing. Okay, well, I guess that's going to have to do. Thank you very much for contributing.
Count on me. You're going to have
Gen
good
X
old
Bushy.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Gen X Bushy. No, Nicole, these are MIDI versions of classic.
We simply use
70s
the computer
and
to mark
80s
up
tunes.
the size of the account.
Did you know you can download a MIDI of the whole song and plug it into FL Studio? That's interesting. That's very interesting. Gen X Bushy, thanks for gifting a sub. Unelectable Airwaves, thanks for the 200 friend coin as well. No, I'm literally playing MIDI samples of classic 70s and 80s tracks that I enjoy. That's all. Thanks everyone. So I'm going to take a little break, okay? Not for long. I'm going to take like a 5 to 7 minute break, okay? I'm just going to go get a quick, something to eat because I didn't eat any breakfast today. I did not eat any breakfast because we had to start early. So I'm just go have a little quick snack, something to drink, maybe, perhaps a soda. I'm going to grab a soda. All right. And grab a beverage, something to eat. And I will be back in just a few moments. Thank you, everyone. Please bear with. Don't leave. No one's allowed to leave, okay? No one's allowed to leave. Don't leave. I'll talk to you soon. That wasn't gone long, right? No problem. What's your favorite Croatian work? Zgodan or Karmak? What's up, Super? I'm sorry I left just as you were getting here. I apologized. No, I fucked it up. Oh my god. Fucked it up. Chamats. Chamats. Okay, so what's your favorite word? I'm gonna go with Zgodan. Because I messed up the other one. Zgodan. Why can't I, like, we're going backwards in terms of products. Why can't I just buy a cherry Coke? It's really weird in Canada. I mean, I've got a Diet Coke here right now. As you can see. Why isn't Diet Cherry Coke just like a like a obsequious product? Why not? You know, this is the question. Even Diet Cherry Pepsi. Careful, Rob, you're not sponsored by Diet Cherry Coke. I know. Even if I wanted to be, I can't even go purchase this product. And I do enjoy Diet Cherry Pepsi as well, but which is still, this is a common product. I literally can't buy it in the grocery store in Canada. What kind of a fucking barbaric, backward country is this? Ridiculous. What song am I looking for? Why can't I remember? Okay. Keep this shit on. It's amazing, this music that I did, how well it works with this this sleepcore retrofuturism videos. Like, they have their own music that go along with these videos, but I just play my own music instead for copyright reasons. But I do recommend, if you like this video content, to go check out this channel. It's really cool. It's amazing how well it works when you just put these two things together. Communism is when no Diet Cherry Coke. Well, in fact, when we achieve communism here, we will be nationalizing the Coke factories. We will be nationalizing the Diet Soda factories, and we'll have the formula. The formula is going to be in the people's hands. The formula is going to be in the people's hands, and you know what? You're going to be able to buy the special kind of Diet Soda that you get at the McDonald's, in the McDonald's fountain machine. You'll be able to purchase this at the store, rather than having to go to a fast food location to get this product. Heroic statement. Thank you, Doc. We can rally the people around McDonald's Diet Coke. Listen, people in the West are really brainwashed. They've been inundated with anti-communist propaganda. You tell them you're going to deliver this? Forget about, like, you know, owning the means of production and stuff. Listen, if you support this revolution, this is like it's like your Che and Fidel going to all the different villages to building support. You're engaging in these kind of literacy programs and stuff. Listen, if you support this revolution, you will be able to purchase at any location the kind of Diet Coke or regular Coke, if that's what you like, that you get at the McDonald's. Over there, I see this clinic. I see this clinic up on the hill. Before the revolution, we had to go to McDonald's to get diet soda, to get the good diet soda in the fountain machine. Now we've got this clinic up on the hill. Now any one of us can go get fountain diet soda for free of charge at any time. That's freedom to me. That's freedom to me. We have more life. That's in the Escambray. The fountain drink machine in every home. That's right. It's gonna come into your home like the water, like clean water. You can get, well, it's like you have the water as well. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna replace water. We wouldn't want that. We're not gonna replace water, of course. But you have that option. You know how your fridge, it dispenses clean water? It dispenses water in your fridge. There in new fridges, post-revolution, you're going to be able to get there's going to be a Coke tube as well, in addition to the water and the crushed, the good ice. The good ice, folks. Not just these shitty ice cubes, the kind of crushed kind. That good ice. Everyone is going to have this. Crushed ice is the worst kind of ice. I like it. I like that ice. On pellets? Okay. I mean, I'm willing to be corrected on this. I'm willing to engage in some self-criticism over this. President Xi, please. My country yearns for pellet ice. Chin chin, everyone. It was a really great talk with Carl Jha. I really enjoyed that. I'm definitely going to clip that after the episode's finished today. That'll be definitely going up on my YouTube as well. Really, really great stuff. I don't totally know what we're going to do for the rest of the day. I didn't have a ton of things planned. We can, of course, continue talking about Russia and Ukraine since it's just never ending in the news. I don't have a ton planned, though, to get into. I don't know how you feel. I don't know how you feel about this. Friend of the show, member of the Friendship Triangle, Carl Jha. Gaming stream, well, you know, Bray, I would think about that if the sub goal got filled up. Obviously, that's not what happened. Obviously, that's not what happened. So now I've got to continue talking about this stuff and shilling and putting myself out there like an asshole for subs and stuff. Because obviously, if I start gaming, everyone's going to tune out. Can't believe how cool Carl is. I agree, Nick. Super cool guy. And again, like I was saying, just so knowledgeable about so many different subjects. Just become a Fortnite streamer and rake in the subs that way. I probably should. Considering eventually I'm just going to be... Clearly that's what the chat wants. Considering eventually I'm just going to be banned from Twitch for being like a Russian propagandist or whatever. Or a Chinese propagandist. I'm sure I'm just going to end up getting fucking banned over that stuff. I might as well just transition into some harmless gaming content. Rumble stream, that's right. I'm going to end up on Rumble. Use that capture card in retro game stream if you want to. You've got like the soundtrack now. I should do that as well. I'm going to have to figure this out eventually. Harmless gaming content intermixed with wordless raised fists every half hour. Maybe I can like I can create some subliminal messages, so it's not very attractive. I'm chewing my apple and talking at the same time.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Meow Mix, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Goodness gracious. Loading says here up. I watched the VOD from International Women's Day. I thought it was really interesting when someone asked about the pay disparity between the genders at TRRS, and you choked and moved on. I mean, you know, that's a really interesting thing to think about. Lodane, listen. You got to take it up with my son. Okay? This guy, do you know how big this guy is? He's huge. He's like every single dollar that I get to do this show goes into this guy, feeding this guy. These guys are really expensive. You know? We got to take it up with him. Famously knows that women don't care for children. He's an expensive guy to maintain and level up. Every single dollar that I get goes into this guy. Or the cat, or the expensive cat food that I have to purchase. He donated 10 cents of all proceeds to women. What else do you want from me? Thank you. Have you tried a different spawn point? I'm gonna get this kid a job. You know, at school they recommended that he go see an occupational therapist. And at first I wasn't sure what that is. It's like, oh, is that going to teach him to get some occupation? Because this kid needs to start pulling his own weight here. That's not what it is, though. That's not actually what it is. Grinding to level up this son. Women don't have cats or children. That's why the wage gap is fair. That's a paraphrase, but yeah, that's more or less what I was trying to say with that. Thank you for explaining. Thank you for clarifying my thoughts. Damn kids, they need to examine why they chose to be born before coming with their nonsense. Agreed. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. It's selfish, frankly, is what it is. It's extremely selfish. Okay. So again, not totally sure what to do next, frankly. Someone mentioned Carl's YouTube. Since it was Carl Jade Day, perhaps we can take a look at that. There is the whole thing about Malcolm X in China. That's interesting. I don't know. Perhaps we should stay on the Russia-Ukraine stuff. I'm really not sure. I'm just gonna have to kind of sit here awkwardly and figure this out. Figure this out, the rest of the plan for the rest of the day, in full view of all of you. I'd be happy to come on your stream anytime, Nicole. I'd be happy to come on your stream anytime. We can talk about the horrific new laws that are coming out of Idaho as well, targeting trans people. It's fucking horrible. I was catching a bit of Keffel's stream yesterday talking about that. It's genuinely horrific. I'm going to pull back here. While we figure this shit out. I'm going to take a look at some of my bookmarks. Or other stuff that we can get into here. I'm just pouring myself some milk in preparation for cereal, so take your time. Okay, so super. Are you saying that you pour the milk in your cereal prior to the cereal? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me? Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. Don't even know what to say about that. I gotta say, Super and Lodane, who's backing up Super here. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I am kind of disappointed though. I'm disappointed. It's disappointing for me to hear some of this from some valued community members that I thought I knew. I can't even remember the last time I ate soggy cereal. Yeah, but here's the thing though. You pour the milk on the cereal and you just eat it. And you just eat the cereal before it becomes soggy. Right? Like, why are you taking so long to eat the cereal that it becomes soggy? You pour the milk on top and you eat the cereal and it's crunchy. It's delicious and crunchy. I don't see what the issue is here. How long does it take you to finish a cereal? If you're reading the box while eating, the cereal can become soggy. Counterpoint, cereal sucks. I mean, I'm not even a huge cereal fan. I'm not even a huge cereal fan, but it's like I still recognize, even as someone that's not that into cereal overall, that it's fucked up to pour milk in a bowl and then pour cereal on top of the milk. I'm sorry, but that's messed up. I would rather not be on the clock while trying to enjoy my meal. Nicole, how about you? When you eat a cereal, what I'm saying is, as super obnoxious all caps name, pours milk in the bowl and then pours the cereal on top of the milk. Do you think that's weird or do you think that's a normal thing to do? I'm really like flustered by this, by this. I don't even know how to react to that. What, Bad Bunny, what's your stance on this? What's up, Starlight? Welcome. Super was literally saying this the other day in my chat. I think he's a paid shill. Paid by whom, though? This is the question. Who benefits? A new worrying trend is taking our teens by storm. Is it big cereal? Who's responsible for this? This is the question. Follow the cereal money. This is very alarming. This is very alarming stuff, Super. I still listen, Super. I still support you, okay? I still support you. I still appreciate you having you in the community. It's, to me, this is messed up, though. Okay? Rob seems legitimately flustered. I do feel very flustered right now. This has totally thrown me off my game. I'm extremely flustered. We hear you, we see you, we feel you. And that's super messed up. Everything that you just said. Very flustered. Here, should we take a look at that clip from Zelensky's comedy show that a few of you have probably seen? That's kind of something to get into the Ukraine-Russia stuff that we could take a look at, which is extremely fucking weird. Should we take a look at that? Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, we should probably stick on the Russia-Ukraine stuff. And listen, also, we mentioned the trans stuff in Idaho, the new, like, what is happening in Texas, what is happening in Idaho with these incredibly fascist and fucked up laws that are being put into effect that target trans people. This is something that I wanted to talk about. And I would actually be interested to hear, like, chat. I would be interested to hear your feedback about this, because this is something that I do want to focus on. I want to make sure that everyone knows, but that these issues are happening, that these things seem to be getting worse. This, like, targeting of trans people, especially in these very, very, like, overtly, like, violent ways. We do need to focus on this, and I want to ensure that we're, like, devoting time to talk about this. At the same time, I feel a little uncomfortable talking about these issues, just as I know this is something that I don't think we need, like, cis het white men leading the conversation on. Like, I feel like this is something that we should be listening to and learning from trans people first and foremost when they talk about these issues. How about organizing a panel with Ben and Jane? I think that's probably a good idea, Run. Because that's what I mean. It's like, I know how important it is to keep focusing on this. And I don't want to pretend that, like, this isn't important or we should just be ignoring these issues. I don't feel that way. I guess when it comes up, I feel personally a little uncomfortable about having these discussions, because I just feel like, you know, what insight do I have here that I can really offer? And it's like I feel a lot more comfortable listening to trans people talk about this than me trying to have this discussion about it. You shouldn't be leading it, but you should be talking about it. Yeah, and I agree with that. And like I said, I don't want to say, like, oh, for this reason, I'm never going to talk about these things. We should be absolutely still focusing on it. It's really, really important. It's scary. Like, it should be scary to everyone. Especially in the ways these reactionaries are becoming more and more comfortable with, like, overtly targeting trans people. And the way that this has become, seems like it's picking up steam, like in the UK, in North America. Like, when you go back to, like, Weimar era Germany and, like, the rise of fascism in Germany, like, targeting trans people. Trans people were some of the first victims of, like, this overt fascist movement. And there's a link between the way fascism is being normalized in our society right now and this overt attack on trans people. Like, these two things are interconnected. It's not going to stop with just trans people. That's the weird thing about it. That's the really scary thing. It's like you see with some of these, like, social conservatives and reactionaries, they feel like they just kind of gave up ground on culture war stuff when it comes to gay rights, and kind of gay marriage has been somewhat normalized, and gay relationships have become somewhat normalized. But you see, like for instance, whereas, like, social conservatives in the 70s or whatever would be openly talking about, like, the gay agenda, and, you know, brainwashing young people into having these gay values, and you know, starting having this slippery slope about this decadent society that's being, you know, consumed with these sexual deviance and stuff like that. Like, these social conservatives are no longer comfortable making these arguments about gay people, but they're perfectly comfortable. They're more than comfortable making these arguments about trans people and just openly dehumanizing people, openly talking about, how it's this dangerous sign for society. It's like bipartisan in a way. In North America, there's still somewhat support for trans rights in liberal circles. In the UK, you have people like J.K. Rowling just obsessed with trans shit, posting about trans stuff every single fucking day. It's amazing, actually, in the UK how you can see this process, how someone will start to talk about these issues, and like eventually you can track it over time where it just becomes like the only fucking thing they ever talk about, until they're just talking about it night and day and just obsessing over trans rights, obsessing over what's going on in bathrooms and with kids and teens. It's incredibly fucking weird. But yeah, I think viewing this as like a very troubling sign in terms of the rise of fascism in the West, this is something that we do need to focus on. Having Sophie on would be good too. I know Sophie is great to talk about these issues. I guess that's the one thing that I should really do. Because like I said, I feel a little uncomfortable opining at great length about this myself, but I don't want to suggest that it's not important or we shouldn't be talking about it, because we absolutely should. We should still be like laser focused on this and making sure that everyone is fully aware of how dangerous the situation is. I guess that's just the point where I feel a little uncomfortable feeling like I'm trying to lead these conversations. I don't think anyone needs to hear from me about that. But one thing I will be doing absolutely is using this platform to bring on more trans people to talk about these issues and ensure that we're all informed about it and that everyone's aware about how dangerous this is, how this is like a really troubling sign of like how dark things can possibly get. And like we're saying, it's certainly not gonna stop with trans people. It's like this is the thing. This is an element of the culture war that people feel like these social conservatives feel like they can win, even if they've given up ground on other culture war issues. But it's not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop with just trans people. They're gonna keep coming and keep taking away rights from other marginalized people. And if you don't recognize this now, it's gonna be too late. It's already proven to be a slippery slope. And again, above all else, like I said, even if I feel sometimes a little uncomfortable talking about this stuff, I do want to make clear, especially to any trans or non-binary viewers of this show, predominantly that in this community, this is a welcome space. It's a safe space for people to come and hang out, and that we are going to continue to focus on these issues. And that, I unequivocally stand with everyone that is being affected by this. And it's not just trans people in Idaho or Texas that are being affected by these specific laws. Like, it's trans people everywhere, because it's a sign of like this really troubling trend in our society. So we all need to be completely aware of that. And I hope everyone remembers that, and remembers that this is a safe space for people to come and where this is a place where you're loved and respected. And, we appreciate you. And we are going to keep talking about this. This is my pledge to you. This is my pledge to the entire community. Okay? 140 state laws in the works across the U.S. Yeah, it's very, very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. And like I said, I talk a lot about sort of the rise of fascism in the West. There's a direct link. Again, there's a direct link between the way fascism is being normalized right now at this very moment, and this concerted, coordinated attack on trans people. These people it's directly linked. So we will continue to focus on this. I get that's my only point when I brought this up, is that generally when it comes to these issues, I do want to remain focused on it. I do want to talk about it, but I also want to defer to trans people to be able to talk to about this. And I don't want to position myself as being some kind of expert about it. I would much rather just talk to trans people and people that are affected by this. Well, that's right. One who reads. I mean, you're right. What if every cis person didn't speak in here on trans issues? And that's the point that I'm trying to make. I don't want to pretend that it's not important, or I just don't want to just ignore that this is going on. But I would like to actually include more trans people in these discussions. I think that's going to be a way better way of engaging with these issues. Sean Meat, what are you doing? What are you doing, Sean Meat? What is that? What is going on with that? Can you believe this Sean Meat guy, everybody? Can you believe this Sean Meat guy? What is that? They want to push as many of these laws and anti-abortion laws all the way up to a friendly Supreme Court as fast as possible, so they're flooding the system. That does what it seems, what it's like, right? And they've got a favorable court system now in place that can really do a lot of damage to people's lives. Might be rushing to type rushing to type and finish their cereal before it's soggy. Solidarity, Sean Meat. Yeah, that must be it. That must be what's going on. If you have dry cereal, it never gets soggy. We're not gonna relitigate this. Okay, we're not relitigating this now. We're not getting back into this discourse. Let's see if I can just find one. It was a couple days ago, so let me see if I can find it. I just had one chart that I wanted to look at about this. Just give me one moment. Okay, here's an important point, because like we're saying, okay, we're saying in the chat, it's a potent issue for angry reactionaries, easy to organize around for chuds. And so this is absolutely true, of course. I think it's important to keep this in mind as well, though, when you talk about these trans issues and this concerted attack on trans people. This idea, it's not totally accurate. It's not like, if you just view it as being like, oh, it's a political winner for the right, it's not totally accurate. Banning teenagers from gender-affirming care is not, as Greg Abbott suggests, a political winner. Even 2/3 of Republicans disagree with the decision, as of the last poll taken on this topic. People realize forcibly medically detransitioning trans kids is wrong. So you see, like most people in bipartisan,
old Rob to talk you through all this
on a completely bipartisan basis, actually oppose this issue. It's only the worst fucking freaks, reactionaries, that are really, really into this stuff. Overall, it's not even a political issue. It's not even a politically winning issue. Right? 66% of national adults, 69% of Democrats, 70% of Republicans, 64% of independents oppose these laws, these forcible laws that prohibit gender transition related medical care for minors. They may disagree with it, but it won't stop them from voting for them. I mean, that's true as well. But I guess the thing to keep in mind when we see this concerted attack happening and we feel like, oh, it's the majority of people that support this really reactionary, horrific view. It's not actually true. It's not actually correct. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have a representative government.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
But yeah, definitely important to keep this in mind. This isn't some big politically winning issue. And first of all, 28% of national adults that do support it, that's still a sizable chunk of people. That's still millions of people. I don't want to downplay that. That's really scary and dangerous. Still, though, at the moment, this is still a minority position. People that actually support these really restrictive laws. So something we should probably keep in mind. And I really liked the way Maddie Lubchansky put this. Important to remember, when some dingbat suggests going after trans rights is some slam dunk culture war silent majority shit, nobody cares about it except for God's dumbest freaks. So I appreciated this take from Maddie, and I think that's something we should try and keep in mind, without downplaying the seriousness of what is currently happening in Texas and Idaho and all these other states that are trying to pass these really, really horrific laws, which are targeting directly targeting trans kids, like some of the most vulnerable people in our society. You know, I certainly don't want to downplay that. And we do need to protect trans kids. Don Dark Sony, thank you for gifting a sub. To friend of the stream, John Cipher, thank you for that. And thank you also to Comrade Social Distancing for the 2 gifted subs as well. And yeah, you're right, one who reads, gerrymandering and voter suppression makes that minority electorally disproportionately powerful. Yeah. And that's regardless of even if this is a minority position, that's the scary thing for, again, not just trans people, but everyone in the United States, anyone that has any remotely progressive values. These extreme reactionaries that do represent a minority of people are on the verge of like completely taking back power in the U.S. government. So it's a really, really scary and dangerous situation. Appealing to and filling a movement's ranks from God's dumbest freaks has worked before. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Wisconsin as well just put one of these horrible pieces of legislation on the docket. Yeah, it seems to be a sign for like people are these like social conservatives are getting very, very emboldened by this. You really have to fight so hard for progressive victories even when they just entail basic human rights. There's this thread from Jillian Brandstetter. Those banning gender affirming care are not afraid that people will transition and regret it. Those banning gender-affirming care are not afraid that people will transition and regret it. They're afraid people will love it. Their entire worldview is threatened by the joy and liberty that can come from rejecting the gender roles you've been arbitrarily assigned. Trans suffering is assumed by them. They regard it as an inevitable punishment of traversing the gender norms they've structured their entire worldview around. Trans joy, however, terrifies them, cannot be allowed to exist, and must be portrayed as too grave to allow. They portray trans rights as coming at the expense of others, sports, bathrooms, nuclear war, and the 0.05% chance someone will access HRT and regret it. Avoiding the imaginary risk they put forth will always be worth limitless suffering on the parts of trans people. We are simultaneously in their telling decadent perverts which society cannot afford and sickly beggars lost to sin. Our misery, like that of the abortion patient, the teen mother, the sex worker, is a fable for their children and their wives, a warning to toe the line. The suffering is presumed to be inevitable, natural and biological even, yet they write new laws, weaponize new systems, and spend millions upon millions of dark money to keep that suffering a reality. Trans suffering is a policy choice, and trans joy reveals that. It's why they're especially terrified of trans children who, in their youth, are less likely to be inhibited in their expression of joy. They're also more likely to pass and therefore more sympathetic in the eyes of the public. A happy trans child is an apocalyptic event. If an unhappy trans child manages to grow up, they are more likely to become an unhappy trans adult. Yet another poor soul the right can point to as too needy, too entitled, as both enemy and warning. This is what's behind Texas. They're terrified of our joy. And by they, I mean forces both fundamentalist and secular. And with some recommendations here. Yeah, that is a great thread. Thanks for linking that. That's one of the really alarming things too about a lot of this stuff is inaccurately framing this idea that any kid that has any remote question, any tomboy is just going to be funneled into this trans ideology and forced to transition to this different gender, even though they're having these basic questions. When that's the whole role, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, that's the whole role that promoting and protecting trans healthcare is supposed to play. So there's trained people that can recognize the difference between someone that just has these tendencies versus someone that's experiencing this severe dysphoria that needs trans healthcare, right? That's what they're trying to get rid of. They're trying to destroy this entire nuance. When you promote and fund trans healthcare, people are able to make this distinction. Trained people are able to make this distinction between this idea that any kid that has any sort of questions about their gender is being just forced to transition to this gender, which is completely not accurate. It's a completely non-accurate way of framing what is going on here. And so, yeah, literally trying to destroy that distinction, destroy the ability of kids to access, trans kids to access healthcare, is just, completely eliminating that possibility. So no one is able to access the actual healthcare that they need, or counseling for people that can actually determine whether they're experiencing this severe dysphoria that trans healthcare is going to help alleviate. Which, this thread's pointing out, just funnels people into transitioning in the wrong direction, which just leads to all the horrible consequences that we know for a fact people that experience this kind of dysphoria have to go through. And they're literally making it a crime for people to provide this kind of health care. That's the real extremely scary thing about this. Young physicians are largely ready to do this, but need to know it's the right thing by being inundated by support. Yeah. Greg Abbott's anti-trans mandate is the consequence of cis people thinking they know more about being trans than trans people do. Why do I say this? Because every theory used to condemn trans people is a lie made by a cis person that ignored the lived experience of trans people. Yeah, I mean, that's, in my understanding of this, that's one of the things that really seems to be really prevalent. A lot of these fears, the fear mongering that people spread about this, about trans kids or about trans people in general, is very easily debunked by generations of research that's been done on this. But the main people that are setting the terms of this discourse and creating these laws are totally motivated by scaremongering about this. That there's been generations of research that debunks these very theories. But this is the primary people that are push this legislation, push these arguments. What is going on in Wisconsin? After Florida passes Don't Say Gay bill, Wisconsin to consider bill banning gender-affirming care for those under 18. And like people are saying, the governor of Wisconsin will not sign this legislation, but it is like, it's part of this trend of social conservatives and reactionaries becoming more emboldened and kind of, like legislative showboating, like someone was pointing out. That can potentially have huge real-world consequences. SB 915 would prevent people from under 18 from accessing hormones and surgery. The bill would bar physicians and healthcare providers from administering any gender transition procedure for individuals under the age of 18. The bill defines such procedures as any physician's service, inpatient and outpatient hospital service, puberty-blocking drug, cross-sex hormone, genital gender reassignment surgery, or non-genital gender reassignment surgery. So I mean, that's kind of the point that we've been trying to point out, right? Is that these attacks, even if you're not worried that this is going to pass in Wisconsin, it's still part of a very well-organized, concerted attack on trans rights, and as specifically attacking. Sorry, I'll link that in the chat. I'll link that piece. Specifically attacking trans kids, which is just like. So just the cruelty of that. The cruelty of that is just astounding. You know? Yeah, the virtue signaling that conservatives totally hate. That's right. Yeah, they did this with the bathroom bills as well. And that's the thing. It's like, I would like to know what Democrats and liberals are planning to do to counteract this beyond just rhetoric, beyond just saying like, "Hey, trans kids, President Biden's got your back." Like, there's got to be a concerted response to this that goes beyond that. And to be fair, to be fair to like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, they have, I believe, they've signaled that they are going to like get serious about fighting back against this. This is, again, like I was saying last time, it's tricky because I don't think the response for people should just be vote for the Democratic Party. It needs to go way beyond that, on a organizing from the ground up and raising funds for trans kids and other trans people that are affected by these things. This is one issue though where I don't think, not that the Democrats are great on it. This is one issue where I don't think, oh, they're just the same thing. It's that the two parties are the same thing. Let me actually look into what Biden's response for this is. Like, we can talk about the ways that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are very much aligned when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to economic policy. I mean, in a way, it's like, it's cynical in a way that like these social issues have become kind of like, it feels like trans people and other marginalized groups are kind of held up as you know, the big difference between these two parties. That doesn't mean it's not important, though. Biden condemns Texas investigations into parents of transgender minors. Parents who love and affirm their children should be applauded and supported, not threatened, investigated, or stigmatized, the president said. And like, again, I don't want to turn this into like a Republicans versus Democrats moment or talk about how Joe Biden is a great guy because of this. I do think this matters, though. I think it matters when the president of the United States openly says, I support trans kids and I support, and I'm against this kind of overreach. Like, I don't think it's nothing that he does that. And I know it's not just about his statement, though, but I know that they've actually like got the Justice Department actively engaged in pushing back on this. I don't know if it's contained in this piece or not. This is from March 3rd, so it should be. Yeah, like this is not nothing. This is not nothing. President Joe Biden put Texas officials on notice in a strongly worded statement Wednesday, calling recent investigations into the families of transgender youths discriminatory actions that put children's lives at risk, which is true. The statement, which was released alongside a list of actions that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services said it would take to protect trans youths and their families in Texas, was the first time Biden directly addressed a recent directive from Governor Greg Abbott that calls on general public and licensed professionals to report the parents of trans minors if it appears the children are receiving gender-affirming medical care. The directive also ordered the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, the state's child protective services agency, to investigate such claims. So the rhetoric matters. Obviously, that's not everything. But they are putting together this actual list of concrete actions. Which, this shit matters. I guess the problem is, when you see how the Biden administration has just failed everywhere else. They've failed in terms of like having a thank you for the reminder, Don Dark Sony. Thanks for the reminder. They've failed in terms of like having a economic policy that's different, that helps anybody. They've failed to pass their whole agenda. Their foreign policy has been horrific. They're starving out Afghanistan and Yemen. This is the issue where it's like, yes, they are indeed, like, I don't think it should be, they've failed as well in terms of like protecting Black Americans who are subject to police violence. They've completely dropped the ball when it comes to that as well. So this is the issue, is that yes, I do think they're better on these social issues. They're better for gay rights. They're actually doing something about this assault on trans people. But when they've done nothing else to differentiate themselves, they've set themselves up for total failure electorally. Like, they're heading into this midterm election where it's, in all likelihood, they're about to get fucking decimated. Their support for these social issues is not going to be enough. And they're just, because they've failed everywhere else, no matter what they're saying that they're going to do now, whether what rhetoric they're using or what concrete actions that they're taking on this, they're still on the verge of just surrendering power back over to these reactionaries that are going to continue to push these laws, and all these actions that they're taking are going to end up being useless, right? So I am a little bit caught between. I think they deserve credit on a certain extent to that the fact that they're actually like number one, not just talking about this, but actually doing things to stop it. But when they're completely, because of their own inactions and their own horrible actions when it comes to immigration as well, or again, foreign policy or economic policy domestically, they're still on the verge of ceding power back to these extreme reactionaries. So yes, you're doing something about trans people now, but that's not going to accomplish anything when you no longer have political power because you fucked up everything else. So I want to kind of try to walk a line between acknowledging that it's I think positive that they say the good things about this, and they are actually like trying to do things. So we can read this here. This is a statement by the HHS Secretary Xavier Becerra reaffirming HHS support and protection for LGBTQIA+ children and youth. Today, on the heels of a discriminatory gubernatorial order in Texas, Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra released the following statement reaffirming HHS's commitment to supporting and protecting transgender youth and their parents, caretakers, and families. Secretary Becerra also announced several immediate actions HHS is taking to support LGBTQIA plus youth and further remind Texas and others of the federal protections that exist to ensure transgender youth receive the care they need. The Texas government's attacks on transgender youth and those who love and care for them are discriminatory and unconscionable. These actions are clearly dangerous to the health of transgender youth in Texas. At HHS, we listen to medical experts and doctors, and they agree with us that access to affirming care for transgender youth is essential and can be life-saving. The statement goes on. I want to skip to the actual actions that they're taking. Okay, we've acknowledged that their rhetoric has been decent on this. What are they actually doing? HHS is releasing guidance to state welfare agencies through an information memorandum that makes clear that states should use their child welfare systems to advance safety and support for LGBTQI plus youth, which importantly can include access to gender-affirming care. HHS is also releasing guidance on patient privacy, clarifying that despite the Texas government's threat, healthcare providers are not required to disclose private patient information related to gender-affirming care. HHS also issued guidance making clear that denials of healthcare based on gender identity are illegal, as is restricting doctors and healthcare providers from providing care because of patient's gender identity. The Secretary also called on all of HHS to explore all options to protect kids, their parents, caretakers, and families, and HHS will also ensure that families and healthcare providers in Texas are aware of all the resources available to them if they face discrimination as a result of this discriminatory gubernatorial order. And then a list of resources. So they are taking action. I don't know, like I would want to defer to trans people about that, about whether that's enough or not. I'm sure it's not. I don't think it is enough. And like I said, even if they are taking action, even if that's important, when they're on the verge of ceding back power in the government to these extreme reactionary groups, because of all the ways that they've failed elsewhere, these actions are going to be ultimately meaningless, right? Supporting trans people and trans kids and LGBTQIA plus rights should also be part and parcel with, a robust economic agenda that helps people, that provides people health care, that, pushes back against police violence, all these things that they promised, that ensures voting rights, right? Because we talked about how voting rights and gerrymandering and disenfranchising people at the voting booth takes away from it. It increases the ability of these small minorities of social conservatives to wield electoral power. So this all needed to be together, is right. It's not just, we give up on economic agenda, we give up on foreign policy and immigration and police violence and all these issues. We totally fucking give up, we quit, but we still support transgender youth. We still support transgender people because ultimately they're still just going to lose elections because they've completely failed in their agenda. And as we see, trans people and marginalized groups are going to be the first people that are targeted as a result of that. You can't pass laws. It would be very undemocratic unless they codify rights and go further, but they won't. Yeah, this is the issue. It seems our only hope is that so many of us are white, but just as queer rights fell off as soon as cis queer folks got what they wanted, once white trans people are safe, queer and trans people of color will vanish from public concern. And like that's an important point too. When you talk about violence against trans people, it's often trans people of color that are at the front lines of that violence. Son of a doctor, here there are a lot of doctors with shitty opinions and bad intent. Yeah, I don't doubt that. If the Dems will endorse anti-abortion candidates, they will eventually endorse anti-trans candidates. They'll only be nominally better on this to the extent that is strategically electorally important. Yeah, and G Clubby, that's another important thing, because I'm sure in this election cycle we'll hear about this, and people are going to be like shamed about voting for the Democratic Party and just holding up trans rights, as, like almost like holding trans rights hostage, to be like, see, you have to vote blue. You have to vote blue because look what's happening to trans people, while completely abdicating any responsibility to like enshrine these things into law or to actually govern in an effective way that like wins them votes. Like they've given up on their whole push to enshrine voting rights. And then they're going to shame people for not voting for the Democratic Party at the same time by holding up their support of these of trans youth or trans people or LGBTQIA rights as an example of how people need to vote blue. It's a complete contradiction. It makes no sense. Codifying human rights as the bare minimum, saying we'll let people know about their options or whatever, is nothing, because these bills are built on fear. As long as the fear of state retribution is gone, trans people will not be free. Yeah, no, I don't. Like we were saying, I think it's not meaningless. The rhetoric is not just meaningless. They are taking some action, but no, I think looking at that, it doesn't go nearly far enough. It doesn't go nearly. Just reminding people what the rules are is not gonna happen. Is not gonna get it done. And like you saw with abortion rights, I think Obama, remember in 2008, one of the first things he said, he was going to codify abortion rights into law, which of course never fucking happened. There is a solution to these issues. This concerted attack on trans people, they could codify these rights into law, national law. If they're not willing to do that, though, we can't take them that seriously about their support of these social issues, whether it's with trans people or people of color or, you know, any of these marginalized groups that are under attack right now. Does anyone have I would like to just like promote some of the groups and organizations that people can donate to help trans kids that are being affected by this. Is there a good list that someone could link that we could just promote a little bit? And again, I think this is something I told you. I do recognize how important it is to continue focusing on this, and it's definitely something that I would like to organize some panels where we can actually speak to trans people and we don't have to hear me opine about it. I saw one who reads us some good resources. I'll try to find, I'm just going to scroll up to see if I can find those. And this is another thread, though, that we should take a look at while we're talking about it. These are the 5 categories of what falls under genocide, according to the Holocaust Memorial Museum. Texas is currently committing at least 3 of these against trans people right now, and more than half of the U.S. is currently following suit. Genocide is an internationally recognized crime where acts are committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. These acts fall into 5 categories. 1, killing members of the group. And again, there's little distinction between just rounding people up and putting them in camps and coercing kids and teens and adults into committing suicide. I
have no choice but
to stand. Which is a common result of this kind of persecution. And the ability for when trans people have the inability to access the proper health care, that's a common result. So when you're funneling people down this like horrible pipeline that ends in suicide, often there's zero difference between that and just rounding people up and doing the killing yourself. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So this is the Holocaust, recognized by the Holocaust Museum. And I think we can see the way that this concerted attack on trans people that's happening in the U.S. meets these criteria. Like Chloe's pointing out, at least 3. I would say that a lot of this concerted attack meets all of this criteria. And G Club is posting the resources there: equalitytexas.org, lambdalegal.org, transtexas.org, southernequality.org. Some great resources that people that care about this, that want to help out these organizations, can do. And thank you, Sean Meat. Thank you, Sean Meat, for the Patreon contribution. Thanks, Sean Meat. So yeah, a bunch of resources there in the chat as well. So Utah and Idaho also drawing very close to passing similar bills to those in Wisconsin and Texas. Yeah. And that is kind of the issue that is at hand here, right? Where it's like, this is a concerted attack across the country. Some of this won't pass. Like in Wisconsin, I'm sure it won't pass. But the fact that this is a highly coordinated, like regardless of the ability to pass these laws, even though in Utah and Idaho they're close to actually passing, it should be alarming to anyone. This highly coordinated, highly well-funded and organized movement that deliberately and specifically attacks trans people and trans kids and is trying to inflict maximum pain and suffering on these like incredibly vulnerable people. And yet laws not passing motivates vigilantes. I mean, that's been a big part of the abortion movement, right? The anti-abortion movement. They organize around laws not passing. And it motivated people to firebomb abortion clinics and assassinate abortion providers as well. And no doubt, as they continue to organize around this issue and galvanize this extreme reactionary minority that really buy into this shit, we're going to see the same kind of result. You know, it's not just going to be an attack on trans people, but it's going to be an attack on anyone that's trying to provide healthcare to trans people. You know, that's where this is going. It's also being weaponized to hide scandals like Texas with the energy price hikes. Yeah, it's very effective in that, isn't it? It's very effective. It's really alarming and it's really scary. And then, like I keep pointing out, especially when you take into effect that these extreme reactionaries are really on the verge right now of, partially because of the failures of the Democratic Party and the failures of liberals to actually govern and achieve their agenda, these extreme reactionaries are on the verge of seizing political power again in the United States. And it's very, very, it should be scary to everyone. It's not just scary to trans people and marginalized groups, but it's a really alarming sign of this deep, extreme reactionary turn that is happening in the West right now. Hawaii HB 2405 has been passed and now goes to the Hawaii Senate. This bill will mandate medical necessity coverage for transgender people for procedures that have previously been deemed cosmetic, such as hair removal, facial feminization surgery, voice therapy, and more. So that's good. I like that is good. A concerted pushback to some of this stuff. Legally codifying some of these rights. And again, I would like if Joe Biden and the Democratic Party actually want to, if they think they deserve credit for doing the right thing on these social issues, they can do more than just talk and provide and point to the rule book and say this is against the rules, Jack, or whatever. They can actually act meaningfully to protect trans people and protect trans kids. The DNC uses this kind of legislative terrorism to drive fundraising. And that's been the big issue with over the last couple of years, right? Where it's like you see the rise of Trump in the way that, like, when the right achieves this kind of like legislative power within the U.S. government, the most marginalized people are on the front lines of that, of being harmed by that. Whether it's, trans people, immigrants, people of color. And the Democrats love to talk about these things, but overall, you get the sense that they actually like when these guys are in charge, because then they can use these marginalized groups as a way to, like, again, it's basically the one distinction between these two parties. And they use these groups, they kind of weaponize these marginalized identities to fundraise, while actually not doing enough or not doing anything about codifying these things into law, or actually meaningfully protecting these people that they claim to care about so much. Okay, so this is more of this thread from Chloe, about linking the idea of genocide to what is going on in Texas and Idaho and elsewhere. Is it's not an exaggeration to say that denying trans people access to medical care will kill us. It does kill us, and all of this is getting so much worse. It's horrifying to watch Republicans move the Overton window in real time and watch too many cis people do nothing. In honesty, may as well be all five, but I know that cis deniers will try to argue that against me and say it's not that bad, or things will get better, we just have to wait it out. No, they're getting bolder with almost no opposition, and they'll keep pushing until we're dead. You can't stop people from being trans. It's not a choice. It's who we are. Denying us access from that healthcare we need gets us killed. They're working to legally deperson us so that they can justify violence against us. This isn't a future thing. It's happening now. And it's not just trans-affirming healthcare like surgeries and hormones either. Trans people already have to navigate a minefield of gatekeeping and medical denial for even the most basic things because of our transness. Many of us die because doctors refuse to treat us. On top of that, Republican lawmakers have been creating bills that allow for religious exemptions to the same care, making it essentially impossible for us to even go to the emergency room in some states because our existence is against someone's beliefs. They're doing everything they can to make it impossible for us to live. It's only March, and already more than 70 anti-trans bills in the U.S. have either been proposed or passed. We're not exaggerating when we say this is a deliberate extermination of trans people. This is what happens when y'all decide to allow both sides to debate us. When y'all legitimize concerns about the safety of us existing in the same spaces as you, like we always have. When y'all let others dehumanize us for the sake of fairness. When y'all say that cis people know better than us, and that we don't get a say in what we need or how we're treated. When y'all say we're denying science and ignoring that nearly every accredited medical and scientific institution has validated our existence and experiences. When y'all tell us we're being too sensitive, when a celebrity or some form of media is openly transphobic with almost no recourse taken against it. When y'all deliberately downplay the harm we face because you don't believe us, or it's too much of a hassle to acknowledge. And to cis people who say things like, all this trans news is exhausting, welcome to the club. We know it's exhausting. But we don't get the luxury of scrolling past ignoring it. we have to
We
live
simply
with and will
use
possibly
the computer
die
to mark up
because
the
of
size of the
consequences
account.
cis inaction every
Thank
day.
you for talking about this, Rob. I see so few cis allies talking about this, so it's really appreciated.
Thank you, Pinklon. Thank you for the 200 bits or friend coin. And, you know, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm doing my best to center these issues. It's been really distracting lately, especially like I talk a lot about foreign policy and imperialism and stuff. And it's been difficult over the last couple of weeks to focus on anything other than what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, because it's so like right in the wheelhouse of kind of everything that I talk about generally in terms of the commentary that I do. But I genuinely don't want anyone, any trans people or anyone at all, to think that like I don't think these things are important or that it's not important to talk about. As I said, if you're concerned about the rise of fascism in the West, as I am, if you're concerned about the way that fascism is being normalized right now at this very moment, which is Russia, Ukraine is a big part of that. This attack on trans people is completely inseparable from that. Completely inseparable from it. I'm just trying to find. Yeah, I mean, this is a good example. When I'm talking about the ways that this assault on trans people and the rise of fascism is is completely linked. Going back to, you know, the rise of fascism in Germany is an important part of that, right? This is a semi-famous picture of one of these book burnings that we often hear about. The rise of the Nazis and these book burnings that took place. And we often talk, like we often hear these we see these pictures, and we say, oh, it's bad. That's what the Nazis wanted to burn books, you know? And it's just we ignore the kind of context of like what was going on in this specific picture. And as part of this book burning campaign, the very first target of book burning campaigns in Germany in the 1930s. If you think I'm exaggerating about the rise of fascism and this assault on trans people as being some kind of are linked, you think that's an exaggeration. It's quite literally true. The first target of book burning campaigns in Germany in the 1930s were the archives of Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research, which contains some of the earliest research into gender-affirming care. Dora Richter, a trans woman, was killed in the attack. So if you're concerned, as I am, about the rise of fascism in the West, this concerted, highly organized assault on trans people should be very, very alarming. These two things are inextricably linked. I know someone mentioned earlier about having a panel of trans people on TRRS to talk about this. What streams are currently doing that, or can anyone recommend trans streamers covering this? I know Keffels has been talking about this a lot, and Keffels raised tens of thousands of dollars for just over the weekend for organizations that are helping trans kids in Texas. They've been phenomenal at talking about this, so I'd recommend everyone follows Keffels to talk about this. What's up, Jane? I've been sick over this shit. It's unrelenting. Yeah, I know, Jane. I don't doubt it. So Keffels has been great. We rated Sophie from Mars yesterday. Like Nicole Bad Bunny recommended that I have Sophie on the show sometime as well. Sophie's been very good at talking about these issues. She's been on the front lines of these protests in the UK over this. She's been very good. I mean, there's a number of streamers that have been focusing on this. And once again, shout out to Keffels for the really amazing work that they've been doing. Both talking about these things and keeping this in the limelight with all this other shit going on in the meantime, and also organizing into actual action, which, you know, raise funds that has like directly benefited trans kids in Texas and elsewhere. Like I was saying, the response from this, even if you can point out to distinctions between the Republicans and the Democrats on these social issues, it's not meaningless. But the response can't just be, oh, vote for the blue team and then forget about it, right? The people that are engaging in this assault are highly organized and highly motivated, and I think we, trans people, cis allies, and all of us that believe in trans rights and want to protect trans people need to be as motivated and as organized in the pushback to this, which is going to involve, you know, raising money. It's going to involve, you know, campaigns to raise awareness of this stuff and a number of other fronts. But we have to take this shit seriously, because, you know, the Democrats are not going to come to the rescue on this. The Democrats are not just going to ride in with the cavalry to rescue trans people about this. Oklahoma has a Don't Say Gay kind of bill up right now. It has a list of 51 specific books that aren't allowed in school or public libraries, along with a long list of sexual topics not allowed to be found in books, not allowed to be in books found in schools, which goes from trans gay topics all the way down the line to even vanilla sexual topics. Like, this climate is terrifying. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's like, and like we've been saying, this is not going to stop with trans people. This is like it's a sign of a darker moment to come that's going to affect everybody, everyone that has even remotely progressive values. But trans people and these other marginalized and vulnerable groups are going to be on the front lines of it, and are going to be the first to have to deal with the severe consequences of inaction over this stuff. You can't fundraise it on it if you fix it. That's it. Yeah. This is when mutual aid becomes important. Absolutely. I mean, because like, it seems like the groups that are engaging in these kinds of attacks have this endless supply of dark money, which just like trans people and allies are never going to have access to. Jane, would you like to come on the show to talk about this stuff sometime? Like I was saying earlier, Jane, I'm trying my best to center these issues and talk about these things, although I recognize that like this conversation shouldn't be led by like cishet white men over this, you know? And I would like to continue to focus on it, but I would like more to be able to listen to trans people that I know and am friends with, like you, who can come and educate us on this and talk about, you know, what it means, and rather than, you know, just me sitting up here and lecturing everybody about it. So yeah, Jane, if you're interested, it would be great to have you come on sometime to continue keeping a spotlight on this. And if they start blood testing kids to play sports, which they're suggesting, they're going to discover that 2% of the human population have biology that doesn't match their birth certificate. They came from me long ago. I mean, that's been the weirdest thing about seeing some of this stuff in the UK, right? This obsession with trans issues in the UK. This fixation on trans people that's so fucking bizarre and sick. Hey, what's up, Lost Sue? Thanks for joining us. But that's the thing, though, is that it's like this policing of gender. Again, it doesn't just stop with trans people, but like anyone that just doesn't fit into this very narrow paradigm of like what people imagine a woman is supposed to be is being now targeted by people. And the fucking weird freak bathroom defenders are just like harassing anyone, not even trans women, but anyone that doesn't fit into this very strict paradigm. It's so weird and backwards. And again, it's like, that's why we have to point out, yeah, trans people are the first people that are going to be experiencing the severe, extreme consequences that is as the result of this shift. But it's not just going to stop with trans people, and we can't pretend that, oh, I'm not trans, so it doesn't really affect me. It will eventually affect everybody. Aren't they trying to do like genital inspections for kids' sports? I mean, that's the fucking sick thing about this. I mean, one of many. This obsession that these people have with like with what is going on with people's genitals, and trying to frame trans people as being some kind of like perversion, while all of these people talk or think about is like what is going on with kids' genitals. It's like the only thing that they ever fucking think about. And yet they have the nerve and they have the temerity to suggest that trans people are like deviants, when it's like they literally wake up every single day and think about kids' genitals every single moment of the day. Like, it's fucking extreme projection. It's crazy that they call us groomers and pedophiles, and then they do genital inspections. That's right. To do sports now, you're going to have the fucking genital inspector come in and see what's going on before we can proceed. Like, what does this have to do with individual liberty? This is just sick. I also think that, though, that even when it affect everybody, it's important to care and speak up, because these things are inhumane, and that's absolutely right. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, we shouldn't have to worry about our own rights disappearing in order to care about it. It's just sick and inhumane and violent, and we should be against it regardless of what your personal level of affection, of being affected by it is. You have to feel, think, and behave how I say because your bones are shaped a certain way. It is deranged. If biology alone shaped behavior, you wouldn't need to tell me how to behave or use the state to enforce that behavior. It's really sick, and it's really, really alarming. Yeah, is it blowback from the Tea Party? Is it an extension of, or is it a growing reactionary blob still funded by those who funded the Tea Party? Well, that's what I mean. It's like, just as that was like a astroturfed movement, we can see that this doesn't happen cheap. This doesn't come cheap. This like organized, concerted attack on trans people. Like, this is not just some like phenomenon that's happening in a vacuum. There's big money behind this. There's so much money behind it. Is there something weirdly American and capitalist about the obsession with trans children being in sports because they would win unfairly, instead of viewing children's sports as an opportunity for learning and teamwork? That is part of it. I mean, it's amazing how much hay has been made of that. That is a good point, G. Cluppy. It's amazing how much that's become like a talking point. Despite being like so much evidence of that being like not consequential in any way. Like when Ben Burgess went on Joe Rogan's podcast, I think made a clumsy effort to defend trans people, but then when Rogan went on this rant about trans youth in sports, Burgess had just no answer, and you're kind of just like, yeah.
We simply
no fucking
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Coil Twitchpot, thank you for the 100 friend coin. They get mad either way. And again, Keffels is someone to definitely follow on Twitch if you want to both stay informed with these issues and participate in pushing back against it. Transgender wrestler forced to compete in girls tournament is booed after winning in the final. Yeah, there's just you can't win. Cannot win. It's never about fairness, it's about their very existence. Yeah. We need to talk about important issues like comedians being canceled. Why didn't Burgess annihilate Rogan with facts and logic? I don't know. I don't know how he was not able to do that. Oh, he said the US wasn't fascist, of course. Yeah. Yes. I think I must have missed that one, or I blocked it from my memory. I think the book Dark Money by Jane Meyer documents all the funding sources for the right. Oh yeah, of course, Ben Burgess went on Joe Rogan to also say that Andy Ngo is a journalist and a victim. Yeah, and took some time to talk about how mean Antifa was. Of course. Thanks for representing those those progressive values. Andy Ngo, who's like an actual fascist, who's a propagandist who works with fascist groups. He's basically a PR guy for fascist movements. Thank you, Ben, for defending this. Jesus Christ. We cover news and wrestling news. I am a former wrestling journalist, as everyone knows. I am indeed a former wrestling journalist. So, that's right in my wheelhouse. I think they found the perfect wedge with trans in sports because libs will even go along with it, not realizing they're getting played, in part because libs have such a hard time thinking systemically. Yeah, it does seem to be... That's their way in to kind of convince libs that there's at least something here. There's at least something that we need to be focusing on. That's a good way of putting it. Is that someone who wrestles other journalists to get the big scoop? That's right, yeah. Someone else was trying to land that Carl Jha interview earlier, and I had to suplex them. I had to suplex them through a table in order to get that interview. And I would do it again. Folks, just tuning in, I'd like to say that every author of British children's novel Harry Potter can kick rocks. I agree, Eric. Thank you. Fucking goddamn it, J.K. Rowling sucks. What a huge piece of shit. Friendship suplex. That's right. What a huge piece of shit. And literally, this is now all she ever talks about. This is all she ever talks about. I was talking about how this pipeline exists in the UK for these weird TRRS, where it's like, you can try. It happened with that fucking loser TV show writer's name. Graham Linehan as well. You can track how this starts, where they start talking about these things. This happens all, it's 24/7 TRRS posting. She's lost her mind. This happens to everyone that starts doing this, though, especially for some reason in the UK where this happens. It happened with Graham Linehan too, where they'll tweet about it once. They'll start to kind of tepidly engage with the subject every now and then you can track this like process that happens. Some fucking weird shit happens to their brain. Their brain just turns to complete mush, and slowly it just becomes the only thing that they talk about. Or sometimes quickly. Or think about. It becomes the only thing that they talk or think about. They literally wait. J.K. Rowling wakes up in the castle that she lives in. She lives in an actual castle. Multi-billionaire. And she wakes up in the morning, and the first thing is she's like, oh, I'm mad about trans people. And then just fucking logs on. And spends the entire day. Talking about trans issues. Like quote tweeting like accounts with like 400 followers. What the fuck is going on in the UK? What is wrong with these people? I don't think anyone has ever had so much goodwill for getting kids reading and then donating a lot of her wealth and then absolutely squandered it so completely to be a bigot before. Her come up and then disastrous fall is wild. I'm sure there's another example, but it is pretty incredible. Sean on YouTube made a 2-hour breakdown of exactly how and why Harry Potter books and others suck. Yeah, Bad Bunny watched it on her channel the other day. It was a great video, and I enjoyed following along on Nicole's channel about that. Powerful people can't stand it when someone tells them they're wrong about something, cause them to lose their minds. I mean, I don't want to make light of it because of how scary this is. And by the way, sorry, Bray J, you mentioned you wanted to know what was on the screen. I was talking about the link between assaulting trans people and this concerted attack on trans people and the rise of fascism. And now you have to view these things as being like completely linked together. And let me see if I have the tweet. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is one of these images of book burnings in Nazi Germany, which we often hear about and talk about when we try to understand fascism, but we don't understand what books are being burned. And the first target, this is this tweet that points out, the first target of book burning campaigns in Germany in the 30s were the archives of Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research, which contains some of the earliest research into gender-affirming care. Dora Richter, a trans woman, was killed in the attack. So it's just, I'm trying to use this as an example of exactly why we need to be incredibly alarmed by this climate that is developing about trans people and this concerted attack on trans kids and trans people that's happening right now. And you can't just hand wave it away because you don't think it affects you. So I was like, yeah, again, when we talk about this stuff, I don't want to make light of this. I know it's very, very serious. It's obviously very serious. There has been some kind of a satisfying thing with, talk about a fall from grace. Like Graham Linehan is another similar example, right? He was a popular TV writer. He wrote that show. What is the IT guys or IT something? I didn't actually watch the show. IT Crowd, yeah. But he was like a popular guy. He wrote a popular TV show. He was like pretty, he was a popular guy, popular comedy writer, and he's completely destroyed his own life by being obsessed with Father Ted as well. He's destroyed his own life He did several very popular TV shows over decades. Yeah. He's completely destroyed his own life by fixating on this all day. His family left, his wife left him. He has no family. I think he's like, oh, he has no more income stream. He's like begging for Substack donations now, being like, please, won't someone subscribe to my Substack in it? I've got no more quid. I can't afford my family court has ruined me. And it's like he's literally destroyed his life by being fixated on trans people so much. Yeah. And Jane, like what you're pointing out, people gave him shit because he had one episode of IT Crowd that was kind of transphobic. And people were like, hey, Graham, that's kind of fucked up. You were wrong to do that. And instead of being like, perhaps I did do something bad here. Maybe I need to like learn and listen. I need to like learn and listen to people and maybe grow as a person and an artist instead of just doing that simple thing, which everyone would have understood. I'm sure everyone would have understood. Instead of just doing that, instead he just devoted his entire life to fixating on trans people and trans issues and literally just ruined his entire life over it. Which, again, I don't want to make light of it, but it is funny. I'm sorry. It is funny, though. All my quid gone. I can't afford my bloody carbonara. I'm in shambles, mate. Had to go to his... But it's a similar example, though. He tweets about it one time. He talks about it one time. He gets one little bit of constructive feedback about one transphobic thing he did. And then it becomes his... Yeah, like Nicole's saying, it becomes his entire identity. Had to go to his Twitter, and this is his pinned tweet. Jesus Christ, this is so grim. This fucking... And again, with everything scary that is happening right now, it's just a silly joke, I know, but damn, do I relate to him. He's become one of these guys now. What a loser. And, you know, like, again, we can at least have a little laugh. We can at least have a little laugh at fucking losers like Graham Linehan completely just destroying their own lives. He was last seen on lesbian dating sites pretending to identify as a woman to make a point. Yeah, this guy's just a fucking weirdo. Just a absolute freak. Oh, is this count fake? Oh, okay. Folks, we're posting fake news. We're posting fake news in the chat. He's actually not on Twitter anymore. So we don't need to post fake news. We can laugh at Graham Linehan without resorting to these parody accounts. It's okay, Mademoiselle DJ. It was still quite funny. He did try to go in a lesbian dating app, though, because he's such a good ally to lesbians, and they kicked him off. That's right. Well, that's been his big thing, right? When he's trying to talk about how great of an ally he is to lesbian women. That's who he's really trying to stand up for when he talks about this stuff. And they're like, get out of here. We don't like you. Yeah, they banned him ages ago. He's one of the first big conservative bans Twitter held out for so long. It's, looks like I'm not immune to propaganda. That's right. He always says he's worried about young lesbians, the Katie Herzog move, but she's actually a lesbian at least. Yeah, he just has no excuse, no credibility. But we can laugh at the fact that he's completely ruined his own life over this. I mean, I think there's a lot of scary things going on, and I think we can still hold on to that and have a laugh about that. I don't want to look at Glinner's fucking Substack too much. I'm trying to find an incredibly depressing but also funny post that he did. I actually don't even want to look at Glinner. Glinner's Substack is just too fucking depressing. It's funny when a creepy looking old guy's like, I'm concerned about the young lesbians. Yeah, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Which is funny too, because he's constantly trying to. I was just looking at his Substack, and a lot of it is just like boosting what J.K. Rowling is doing. Has she even like acknowledged him though? Like she's like, I don't know you. Even J.K. Rowling, the another turf freak, is like, leave me alone. Leave me alone, you weirdo. He's a bit of a loony, innit? So it's okay for the harsh language. We gotta speak honestly and openly about this. I care about lesbians and show that I do so by keeping my nose out of their business. Yeah. Well, and that whole stunt that he was doing about like just dressing up as a woman and then joining this lesbian dating site, which is what he claims that trans women are doing, right? If you can follow the logic of this. So he's like, trans women are dressing up as women to join lesbian dating sites. So then like he does the thing. He does the thing that he's accusing trans women of doing. And then he gets immediately removed from this website. And it's like, Graham, it's like, you're the one doing that, sir. You are doing that. What a fucking weird freak, that guy. I think it'd be helpful to explore the link between the white supremacists protecting white women and the TERF protecting white women rhetoric. That is an interesting link, Tiniest Boop. I mean, I think it goes beyond that. Like I was saying the last time this came up, a lot of it when it comes down to this, the TERF movement specifically, is just the very, very common reactionary attitude of like, this marginalized group is getting rights that previously didn't have legal protection, didn't have rights previously. And instead of just saying, okay, that's good, our society is progressing, this marginalized group is being legally recognized, they're getting rights they didn't have previously, instead of just like saying, okay, good, you know, that's what happens in a progressive society that's advancing. Instead, it's this fixation on what am I losing, right? That's what reactionaries say anytime any marginalized group it becomes recognized or starts achieving rights. What am I losing? It's not that they're getting rights, it's that my rights are being infringed upon. So when TERFs say this, when any reactionary says this, it's like that's what's motivating it. This very, very common reactionary ideology of like, and that's what makes it reactionary, right? What am I losing? It's not just that we can celebrate these groups getting rights, my personal rights are being infringed on. How does this affect me? What about me? What about Raven? Anytime anyone eats lunch, that's one less lunch that I could be eating. I'm going to make sure no men go into the women's room by posting up inside with a gun. That will make women feel safe. And Jane, like, as much as these transphobes talk about people being assaulted in changing rooms and bathrooms, it's predominantly like cis men that commit these assaults. The idea that there's some epidemic of violence of trans women committing assaults just does not exist. There's literally zero evidence of this. And then you have white cishet men like Graham Linehan being like, I'm the bathroom defender now. When you're literally the problem. You're the one that's fucking doing the exact thing that you're suggesting you're trying to protect people from. The idea that someone needs to put on a disguise to perform sexual assault is silly. There's zero evidence of this. It's so fucking weird. It's really, really bizarre. Yeah, and in King Uendo, we talked about this earlier, like the creepy Republicans or creepy conservatives or TERFs, who can be liberals as well, who are just obsessed with checking kids' genitals. We this came up earlier. Who are the creepy perverts and groomers in this situation? In fact, there was a case of 2 cis women assaulting a trans woman in a bathroom. Yeah, I remember this. Like, I honestly wondering if there's any actual evidence for this phenomenon of trans women committing assaults. Like obviously we didn't, trans people are not a monolith. There's like, it doesn't mean that just because someone is trans that they're automatically some good person, but like, is there any actual evidence that this is some social issue that needs to be fixated on to the extent that it has been? As much as I've heard everyone fear-mongering about this, I've never actually heard about literally any instance where this has happened. The tried and true conservative trope of making up shit to get mad about. That's right. They love doing that. Our free-thinking conservative friends, they love just like making shit up and getting super upset about it. It's the tweet that says something like, Twitter makes up a guy that gets mad at them. These TRRS have made up scenarios just to justify their hatred. That's a lot of what it is, yeah. And again, these people just, they wake up every single day and this is the only thing that they ever think or talk about. I hate the argument that men would dress up as women to assault someone. They would just walk in through the door if they wanted to assault someone in a bathroom. Out of the stories I've heard from survivors, anecdotally, none of them involve this level of subterfuge. It's a completely non-existent phenomenon. They don't understand at all how vulnerable you are every moment you're in public as a trans person. They think it's the Konami code for sexual assault. It's so fucking weird. And it's just, and going back to right now, this concerted, coordinated, highly funded, highly organized assault on trans people. I mean, it's scary. It's really scary. And like I mentioned before, and I don't know if Jane, I saw this, but it's important to point out that I think. Oh shit! Sorry. See this tweet here. Like, it's important to point out that as much as this concerted assault is very, very alarming and scary, like I appreciated this tweet from Maddie where Maddie Lubchansky pointed out that, you know, this isn't some like slam dunk culture war issue. These things are all very unpopular still, bipartisan across the political spectrum, from Republicans, Democrats, Independents. It doesn't mean that it's great that 25% of these extreme reactionaries still believe that these laws prohibiting gender transition related medical care for minors they support them. That's still lots of people. But Still important to remember, though, that like these people are still an extreme minority. They're an extreme vocal minority. They've, because of like gerrymandering and all these different ways that they achieve outsized political influence despite being a minority. And Jane, this is a good point also. I responded to this too, that it doesn't matter how unpopular it is, because Republicans will still vote red no matter what their psycho politicians say about trans people. Yeah, and that is ultimately what it comes down to. Even if we can talk about how, I guess the only point of pointing this out is just when, yeah, like you're saying, functionally it doesn't make much of a difference. I guess the only point of it is to think that like when it feels like all of society is just like laser focused in, you know, supporting these really brutal restrictions, supporting this kind of violence, it still is being perpetrated by an extreme minority. But functionally, that makes no difference when these laws are still passing and Republicans are still being voted in that are talking about these issues. I agree with that. I have family in Texas who say they support me. They say they've come around on this stuff, but I know for a fact they'll still vote for Abbott in November. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's a good way of framing it, even despite the fact how popular the polling is on this stuff. Functionally, it's not going to mean much if these extremists are still given power, given free reign to enact these kinds of like barbaric laws that target trans people in this way. Well-funded minorities yield a lot of power. Yeah, no doubt about it. I guess that's the ultimate point about following this is that we have to, regardless of what's going on, we have to keep this front and center and continue to be focused on this and continue to be extremely vocal in defending trans rights. The fact that this is not some isolated incident that's only going to stop and start with trans people. I mean, even if it was, it's barbaric and it has to stop anyways. So I don't want to suggest that that's the only reason that anyone should care about it. But we do have to remember that this is not an isolated attack on trans people, but part of a broader issue in our society and in our culture of the rise of fascism. Even if that were not the case, it's barbaric and we need to stay focused on it regardless. But we also do need to understand it in the broader context and what it's doing in our society. And we need to stay focused on it. I am going to stay focused on it in the weeks and months ahead. There are things that we can do, material things that we can do that can directly help trans kids and trans people that are under assault right now. And we're not going to lose sight of that. And if you are trans and you're a member of this community, you know, I love you and I support you. And this is going to continue to be a safe space for everyone to come and spend time in. That's never ever going to change. Okay, so I just hope everyone remembers that. So a little bit of a longer stream today. I started earlier. I'm not stopping yet. I'm not stopping yet. I am just going to go and like go to the bathroom. If you don't mind. If you don't mind. So I'm going to do the rare second interlude. The rare second interlude.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Henlo, I'm here, I'm just working.
Henlo, Ghost. I feel weird saying Henlo. I'm not good at it. Thank you very much for the 14 months of Tier 1, Ghost. I appreciate it a lot. You don't need to do a prediction. I'm not gonna be gone for very long. I'm gonna be gone for just like a moment. I'm gonna be gone for just a brief moment. All right. Okay. Jack Palance is canceled. You're canceled, Jack Palance. It's amazing that anyone thought that was a good idea, that advertisement. That's really bad. I just came back from the bathroom and I saw Jack Palance doing Genghis Khan face on the screen, and I was like, that is not great. What did I miss with Jack Palance? Do not worry about it. Do not worry about it. Marina's back from the content mines. I don't even want to speculate on what was going on there. Don't even want to speculate. I've already seen some extremely controversial tweets referencing certain activities. Not even appropriate to talk about on this platform. This family platform. This is a family program. Is anyone else here so old that they remember these commercials on the air? Not really. I'm a little bit too young for that. These were from the 70s. Yeah. I was born in the early 80s, so if you want to get to my commercial wheelhouse, that's more like the early 90s, mid 90s. I can remember a lot from 1987 and beyond. I think that's my safe-ish zone. Yeah. I couldn't, like, if I'm thinking about it now, I probably couldn't recall, but I'm sure if someone put on a stream of commercials from like 1988, I'm sure it would trigger all kinds of like nostalgia centers in my brain. Okay, so you're going 4 hours. Should I start doing the stream at 10 a.m. more? What do you think about that, folks? Let's get a community feedback on this. Should I start doing the stream at 10 a.m. more often? Should I really get serious about this shit? I'm kind of half-half. I think 4 hours is like a good amount of time to do the stream. That is pretty rough for non-East Coasters. That is true. But I mean, if I started at, you will never catch me in the chat zone at 7 a.m. PST. Well, I kind of thought you were a dedicated community member, G Cluppy. I guess not. I'm not. She's just open about it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess I don't mind it sometimes. But yeah, you did miss the interview, Crad Babes. It had to be early because Carl Jha is in Bali, which is 12 hours ahead. So I had to do it at an earlier time in order to accommodate Carl. But I will be clipping that at the end of the stream. I'll probably throw it on YouTube as well. Or no, I definitely will be putting it on YouTube. So you can catch it anytime. It was really, really good. Really good. You started streaming at 3 p.m. today for me. I was working my fingers to the bone, ignoring this one specific person at work. Well, I hope you were successful in that. Sometimes that can be difficult. Rob, I can eventually get used to anything, but I don't think doing a show earlier for you and me is really making it more serious because you have an international base with a lot of West Coasters too. That's true. I guess the only issue is that I've got a hard cutoff. Like, I think if it was up to me, I would probably like to do between, like, if I wanted to stream more, I would like to do like 12 to 6, but that's just not an option. I really can't go beyond 4:30 most days. That's the absolute latest I can do it. So I guess that's the only, if I want to start doing a longer stream, I have to go in the other direction. That's just the only option. That's the only reason I'm wondering about it. Rob can't go beyond 4:20, if you know what I'm saying. The weed number. Can you teach your son to raise himself? I mean, I'm trying. Again, this kid's very lazy. He doesn't want to get a job. He doesn't want to walk himself home from kindergarten. And it's just like, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, sir? He's not even, do you even care about this community? This is what I have to tell him. Do you even care about my chatters? They're relying on me to talk them through all this, and you're fucking that up. He doesn't care. Soft. That's right, John. Soft. Very unfortunate. These Zoomers. Have you told them uphill both ways in a snowstorm yet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Our version, the elderly millennial version of the uphill in the snowstorm is like, when I was a kid, we didn't have Netflix. We didn't have YouTube. That's what we have to say now. We didn't walk uphill both ways with no shoes in a snowstorm. There was no YouTube. Your show was on at 7 p.m. and you had to sit down in front of the TV at 7 p.m. when your show was on, and if you showed up at 7:15, you missed half of it. He really is the weak link in this community. That's the elderly millennial version of this. We had to find our porn in the woods. I've seen tweets about this. I had never had this experience. This seemed to be like a common experience with a lot of people around my age. The woods porn. I must say, I never found porn in the woods. That never happened to me. No woods, but definitely in a barn. Okay, you found barn porn. You just didn't look hard enough. I guess that must have been part of it. Pre-internet, porn was everywhere in the woods. Well, apparently. I'm hearing from people talk about this. Apparently that's true. I have found woods porn. It was a sketchy treehouse with beer bottles everywhere. God knows what was going on in there. Were the trees having sex? Woods porn. It's just images of trees copulating with one another. Older kids where I lived definitely were hiding porn in the woods, and the 90s were wild. Yeah, this is apparently like a really common thing. Maybe I just didn't go hang out in the woods enough. Maybe that's the problem. Porn found in woods has to be one of the most untrustworthy things you can find. It just seems really, it's kind of a darkness. There's kind of a darkness to that idea. I put porn in the woods, specifically the issue of Playboy Sable was in. Oh boy. But why did you put it in the woods? This is what I don't get. It's like, was it the thing that's like, I want to get rid of this contraband. I don't want my parents to find it under the mattress or whatever. And if I put it in the garbage, maybe there's a chance they're going to see it. Is that it? So I'm just going to go ditch it in the woods? Is that what it is? Sort of a Johnny Appleseed situation. I'm trying to start a porn tree. I have a limited understanding of how these things are produced. When I was young, I found a porn mystery. Someone had ripped pages out of a porno mag and stuck them on the branches of a young fern tree like Christmas decorations. Okay, that is fucked. What the hell is going on there? That is just bizarre. Scrambled porn was definitely a common experience. I must admit that I had that experience. That is true. So this is the version, but this is the uphill, walking uphill both ways thing, or the the new generation. Oh my gosh, Outrun. Outrun, come on. Nowadays, these kids have Pornhub. When I was growing up, I had a porn shrub. Outrun, come on. The mods in this channel are absolutely out of control. Back in my day, you couldn't just type boobs into Google, you had to hunt for it. You know, oh God. This is embarrassing to talk about, but I don't know. I don't know if anyone is of my age when it came to like this kind of thing and not having access to this kind of material. If you remember those like in the early days of computers, you had that encyclopedia Encarta. You know, it was like on a disc and there was like a little encyclopedia. And looking through that at like the like Renaissance paintings that were like somewhat sexually explicit. Oh, that's grim. That is fun. That is really grim. That is really grim. Waiting for the CD to load the picture, yeah. When I was in 5th grade, I went to my friend's house and she showed me where her dad kept his porn and we watched a movie called Fingers. Oh my God, that doesn't sound appealing at all. That doesn't sound appealing at all. You know they had magazines, right? Yeah, but I was a kid. You can't walk into a store and just purchase one of these magazines. Not even using the Sears catalog like a normal person. No. Kids these days don't know how good they have it. This porn movie called Fingers sounds legitimately like unpleasant. Like that sounds like the opposite of sexual to me. Funny story, Sioux Falls had a really rich guy that died in his contract with the city in his will to build a statue of New David in the park, but they had to turn his penis away from the insurance building. Oh my goodness. I bought a waterbed with my paper route money. Oh, remember waterbeds? Both my brothers had. I was too young, but both of my older brothers had waterbeds in the mid-90s. Waterbeds. Ghost had one. Rylan had one. That was such a weird thing. Those just don't exist anymore. Only for 10 minutes. Man, waterbeds. What the hell?
others, like an ocean wave, or a stadium wave, or just a friendly wave. But when it comes to waterbeds, some people don't like waves. So to give those people more comfort, Big Sur Waterbeds reinvented the waterbed to remove the waves. Now no more jostling in motion, just firm, even support on our exclusive hibernation series of fiber-filled mattresses that fit any of our waterbed frames. We took the waves out and left the comfort in. Big Sur Waterbeds.
Man.
Seven different waterbeds, one low price. It's a waterbed special purchase from Big Sur Waterbeds. For a limited time, $189.99 buys the Amarillo, the Sedona, the New York four-poster, the Hanover, the White Chantel, the Pine Bluff Daybed, or the Austin. Ask about no payments and no interest till next May. Big Sur Waterbeds, Lafayette and Georgetown Road.
Waterbed
Also
commercial music scene was
8310
crazy, yeah.
East Washington Street.
Seriously. Fucking waterbeds, man. That triggered something deep, a deep nostalgia.
It's a waterbed special purchase from Big Sur
Big Sur
Waterbeds.
Waterbeds
Just
is cornered the market.
$299.99 buys your choice of any of these 9 quality waterbeds. There's one just right for your bedroom. Big Sur Waterbeds, 5248 Summer Avenue and 4207 American Way.
From tots to teens, Kids Beds has beds for kids of all ages. Plus, you'll find over 200 match.
This is a big event. Sun Valley Waterbeds.
It's a waterbed special purchase.
Sun Valley Waterbeds is having a sale named Frank. Why a sale named Frank? Frank's my husband, the president of Sun Valley Waterbeds, and the sale is something special.
We're not seeing enough of the product,
Climate
though.
back east turned
We need some
cold.
more of the
Frank
product.
moved in fast. Manufacturers had more merchandise than they knew what to do with. So Frank waved some hard, cold cash and drove some hard bargains. And he bought so well that we're running a sale we hadn't planned on. In his honor, we're calling it a sale named Frank.
Stretch out on the sun.
I need to see that sweet product.
It's a
Waterbed City. These things were huge.
Are almost the perfect surface to sleep on.
Listen to what doctors are saying about the proven medical benefits of waterbed.
The waterbed represents an important advance in the care of patients.
A Waterbed City waterbed will dramatically improve the quality of your sleep.
People feel overwhelmingly better on the waterbed. It supports so much better than a standard bed.
And we guarantee it, or we'll refund your money, period. Get all the facts. Stop into Waterbed City today for your free medical brochure, because once you have the facts...
Health benefits, you say? Count me in. Man. There's a little video about this. We should watch this.
Wouldn't you rather spend your evening in a waterbed?
For a limited time, $189.99.
Daddy, can I have a waterbed? Please, Daddy, can I have a waterbed?
Remember waterbeds? You might not.
We do.
But they were all the rage in the 70s and 80s. And they kind of developed a reputation as a mattress that was good for, you know, stuff other than sleeping. But believe it or not, waterbeds weren't actually invented to make bedtime bouncier. They were intended to help people get better sleep. Waterbeds, as we know them, were invented in 1968, just after the Summer of Love.
A very open, experimental time in San Francisco.
That's Charlie Hall, the man who invented the waterbed. The waterbed was part of Charlie's thesis project at San Francisco State University. His idea was to create furniture that could form to the contours of a person's body without creating pressure points.
Famous furniture designers like Eames and Mies van der Rohe and people like that had signature chairs, but I think they were more a sculptural effort often than something that really analyzed comfort.
The key concept of the waterbed is displacement. So as you move, water fills the gaps, and every curve of your body gets equal support. But research is non-conclusive as to whether or not waterbeds help alleviate aches and pains. In the same way that some people like firm mattresses and others like it soft, it ultimately comes down to personal preference. Now, before settling on water, Charlie tried to make a chair filled with Jell-O and another with liquid cornstarch.
It was a cornstarch that was used to thicken cherry pies.
Needless to say, neither one of those really worked out, but Charlie came up with another design that was a hit. It was a large mattress filled with water, and it could
Invented
be
by
used
Jonathan
as either a
Waterbed
bed
III.
or a kind of gathering space.
Who benefits
you
from
could
this
have in your
waterbed
living room?
market
He called it
saturation?
the
That's the
pleasure
question.
pit. So much for avoiding those sexual implications. I mean, come on. Next, the design was patented in 1971. It featured a coil.
There's a billionaire family in Alabama where I grew up. Want to know how they made their money? They filled hollow plastic-shaped anchors with cement, therefore making them super cheap and corrosion resistant. Literally, a plastic bag of cement. So like an anchor for a boat? Is that it? Strange. A hammock will achieve. A hammock will achieve the no pressure point thing. Hammocks are very underrated.
For warming the bed so the water wouldn't get cold, and it was lined to prevent leaks. It was also intended to go inside a hard-sided bed frame.
This is so
to keep the
bizarre.
bed from expanding too
This was
much
so
laterally.
common. Again,
In the
both
late
my older
60s
brothers
and
had
early
waterbeds.
70s, San Francisco was the heart of the counterculture movement. So a lot of people thought the undulating mattress was pretty groovy. Hugh Hefner had one, according to a 1971 article from Time magazine. King size, covered with Tasmanian opossum. Charlie sold waterbeds to some other notable figures, like one of the Smothers Brothers and Jefferson Airplane.
In all honesty, I don't really get the, like, that this would somehow be good for, like, sexual intercourse on the waterbed. That just strikes me as, like, I don't know. That doesn't seem like it would work well at all. Not to get too explicit. I don't want to get too explicit with some of the commentary on this channel, but like, I am familiar. A couple times in my life, I have engaged in that activity, and it seems like it would not be ideal to me. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. This is a family channel, and I don't want to just get too explicit or too intense with this kind of stuff, but it just doesn't seem like it would be great for me. Perpetual motion, innit, bruv? But don't we have, like, muscles and stuff? Like, we don't need, like, what, you're just supposed to, like, sit there and just allow, I don't know. Like, have we become that lazy that you need to have a waterbed in order to, like, carry you through this? It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. Do I want to hear this sloshing the whole time? Exactly. What is that? I've heard of people drowning because their waterbed popped and filled up the hard-sided frame. Oh my god. There's no sloshing. Well, Rylan, you seem to be an expert on this, so I'm going to defer to you. I'm going to defer to you on this. It better be that hard. I knew someone was going to call me out on that comment.
To a nudist colony. By the late 80s, the waterbed industry had reached around $2 billion and accounted for about 12 to 15% of the market in the US. But not everyone was on board. From a practical standpoint, people worried about leaks and weight. Waterbeds, once they're filled with water, can weigh over 2,000 pounds, which makes them nearly impossible to move without draining them. There were also rumors of waterbeds falling straight through the floor because of how heavy they were. But Charlie says that concern was overblown.
It's a lot of water.
Any normal construction can support a waterbed.
Others didn't like the waves generated by moving around in bed. Anytime you roll over in a waterbed, it sends waves through the mattress to the other side. which could wake up your sleeping partner or you when the waves come back your way. And even though Charlie Hall had patented his design, this didn't stop other producers from making knockoffs, which were often much less sophisticated.
$29 bags of vinyl were being sold out of pickup trucks on college campuses and called waterbeds. And you could lay on them. It was this giant blob, not particularly safe and not particularly comfortable. A lot of bad
I had to go to a
designs.
meeting. How the heck did we end up in waterbed world? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. We're kind of doing this nostalgic.
In the 1990s, new mattress designs hit the market. Tempur-Pedic introduced memory foam mattresses to the US, and Sleep Number offered adjustable beds with inflatable air pockets. Waterbeds developed a stigma. Today, waterbeds account for less than 5% of the mattress market. But 50 years after Hall's invention, he's back fighting the stigma. His company, Hall Flotation, makes luxury waterbeds called Afloat mattresses. And
Waterbeds
they're
are
all
back,
about
baby.
helping you get a good night's sleep.
Waterbeds
coming
are
back.
sloshy and gurgly and moved a lot. This one is very still.
Afloat mattresses have a wave suppression system so that when one person moves, it doesn't have an effect on the other person. Charlie thinks it's a good time to get back in the waterbed
5% is high.
There's
That does
more
seem high to
variety
me.
in the mattress market than there used to be, so customers might be willing to branch out. But only time will tell if these new waterbeds actually catch on. For now, I guess we'll just have to sleep on it.
Waterbeds are experiential. You can't look at one and tell what it's about. You have to lay down on one.
Fucking waterbeds, dude. And literally, it's funny because when you back up and look at when there was full waterbed market saturation, that was literally the peak of Western society. That was the peak of Western society when it was full waterbed market saturation. It was all downhill from there once they went away. The time to invest is now. You got to buy the dip. You got to buy the dip on waterbeds. Don't call the fucking pun like that, dude. I guess we'll have to sleep on it. Yeah, you got to own it. If you're going to do that pun, you got to own it. Before the market dries up. Oh my gosh. Ryland might be convincing me a little on waterbeds. Yeah, Ryland, you seem adamant about this. About pushing back on this, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it and I respect it. A waterbed store on every block. That's what it seems like. I feel like everyone who owns a mattress store is some sort of fascist. That or like organized crime. Like if you're involved in organized crime. How is like there's so many fucking mattress stores. Like in Montreal especially. Does the waterbed stay cool? How are they for heat regulation? If I remember correctly, there was some kind of a heating element. If I remember correctly, pissed. Like I'm thinking back to when I was a kid. Like I said, both of my older brothers had waterbeds, and those they were warm. Yeah. They plug in, otherwise that shit is fucking cold. And Ryland apparently knows all about this. Yeah, the mattress stores though. Has anyone considered waterbed NFTs? Oh boy, we might be onto something like that. Furniture stores that are always going out of sale but never close. We bought a new mattress a couple months ago. It's impossible to spend less than 3 hours in the store for any reason whatsoever. Yeah, it's like a money laundering thing. Like a money laundering thing. Apparently the best hack for a waterbed is to fill it with mayo instead of water. That just seems not good. I don't know. Listen, I like mayo. I don't know if that is a great life hack. I don't know if it is. Just sleeping on a big pile of rancid mayo seems not ideal. That seems not great. I think we should just try it. It's better to just try than to just dismiss. Oh, we're going to just dismiss something? We're just going to dismiss it out of hand without thinking about it or trying it? That's interesting. A little closed-minded. When I worked at FedEx, I was surprised by how many mattresses I moved, but more surprised by how many coolers of horse or bull semen I moved. I got to say, Matron's Militia, when I started reading that comment, I had no idea where it was going, and I was quite surprised when I was getting to the end of it there. I too am surprised by how many coolers of horse or bull semen were being moved through FedEx. The mayo attracts bugs, and the squirming adds to the experience. My goodness. This stream has really gotten off the rails here. This is what I get for doing a second interlude. This is what I get. More like interrude. Pro commenter tip: if your comment is long enough, you can trip Rob into reading all kinds of horrible, explicit comments. That's right, King Uendo. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, is this true? GMO Radio. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's true. It's early March. We're coming up on the 2-year COVID anniversary. 2 years ago today. Man, that's fucking hard to believe, isn't it? When was the actual day? Yeah, 3 days later, the NBA shut down. Okay, so we're 3 days away from the official 2-year anniversary. Because that, for me, that was the day that shit became real. That's when it was like, oh shit, there's a pandemic. There's an actual pandemic. March 11th. Remember that night? Yeah, that was the official oh shit moment. Remember how fucked up that night was? When all the NBA games got canceled and it was like, oh, okay, this is like really, really serious shit here. I had been trying to pretend that it was not happening. I was engaged in this process of like hearing the news stories coming out about it and just being like, I'm just going to not think about that. I'm just going to not think about it. And I'm sure it's just all going to work out fine. I'm sure it's all going to be okay. And then that was the day that I was just like, okay. 1 week before that, I was in upstate New York. Like 1 week ago, 1 week prior to that on March, because it was March break. It was March break, and I was with my family at this like little ranch place, Rocking Horse Ranch in upstate New York. The week of the primaries, the Super Tuesday primaries. And it was like, it was like nothing. We knew that, and I knew that there was some cases in New York City, but it's like, it's New York City. We're probably all right. And then like 1 week later, we get back and it's like, oh fuck, there's a global pandemic happening. Friday the 13th was the day the pandemic officially started. In my book, the next Monday, the borders had been shut between Quebec and Ottawa. Yeah, I remember it was the 11th for me because I remember joking about, like, by the way, 2 days from now, it's the Friday the 13th. Like, it felt like it was going to get even worse. Yeah, he touched all those mics as a joke and then was COVID positive days later. He was also, like, touching his teammates and stuff. And it was the Jazz playing in that game that got shut down. I stopped work on the 17th downtown Toronto. For me, that was a baseball nerd. It was when spring training got canceled. Not a sports guy, but I was concerned from the outset due to lack of health insurance at the time. I mean, I don't want to say I wasn't concerned. I was just really, it was so concerning actually that I was just like, I'm trying not to think about this. I was literally just like shutting down. I was in New Orleans having a great time and luckily not stranded in the US. Yeah, that would have been horrific too, yeah. The day everyone rushed out to the shops in a frenzy and everywhere had a queue had no stock left was the weirdest day. Yeah, and I remember just like, we should talk more about this next week when we get into the official like anniversary shit. Yeah, I remember going to the grocery store like when it was really kind of not quite starting yet and not feeling like that weird about it. And then going like 3 days later and having a big line and everyone wearing a mask and all of a sudden being like, oh fuck, this feels completely like something has totally shifted. Something has totally shifted here. What a weird feeling that was. We were washing groceries over here as well. For like months. I had just got out of a neck brace 2 weeks earlier after narrowly avoiding death and was making plans to travel the world. Oh no, Eric. Weren't you in like a car accident, Eric? I don't want you don't have to talk about your medical issues. But yeah, that's incredibly fucked up as well. I broke my neck. Oh, Jesus Christ, Eric. I'm happy you're all right, Eric. Now Doug Ford has announced it's over. It's over, boys. We did it. We made it through. We're moving on. We're moving past it now. We won. We did it. We did it, gang. I remember hearing around the end of December 2019 and thinking, well, our government has handled these things before. We'll be okay. Jesus. And leaving packages outside for days before bringing them inside. How has it been 2 years? Oh my goodness. At my old job in late January 2020, we laughed at a coworker whose daughter came back from a trip to China and said she was worried she had it. So like half of the office was wearing masks and my team was just laughing at how ridiculous they were being. Oh my God. I dismissed it as anti-China bullshit when the news first came out of China. Yeah, that was an element of it as well. But also it was alarming to see how seriously they were taking it and seeing all the footage that was coming out of China about how serious it was. There was still a sense that we could collectively weather the storm. Maybe we're all in this together, etc. Yeah, there was that. Remember that there was a brief feeling of hope. I remember that as well. That went away quick. That dissipated quickly. That dissipated very quickly. How was the interview? It was wonderful. It was wonderful, Lisa Simpson. Definitely check out the VOD of that. It was really, really good stuff. I did buy a lot of canned goods in panic and never even ate them because we didn't need to. I ended up donating them to a food bank. My life has changed so much in the last 2 years, I don't even relate to the pre-pandemic self. Yeah, it's like, I feel like my life hasn't changed that much, personally. I mean, that's been one of the things about having a family this whole time. It's been trying to maintain some kind of sense of normalcy. A lot of stuff has changed in terms of like my career. I wasn't even can you imagine 2 years ago? That's the craziest thing. There's no such thing as the Rob Rousseau Show on twitch.tv. There is no such thing as the Rob Rousseau show, and the TRRS community did not exist. My Discord server was just a lonely place. It was just me and Lodane in there. It was just me and Lodane hanging out in the Discord server with no one else. That was this entire community. Talk about something that's changed over the last couple of years. I used to focus so much on work during the day before COVID and TRRS. Yeah, your life has changed for the worse, actually. Hanging with Lodane sounds awesome to me. Well, it was awesome. It's just it was very different from what it is now. I had just found non-compete in Luna Oi, and Luna was ahead of the curve as far as English language sources telling people to take this seriously and wear a mask. Yeah, I imagine so. I imagine so. And that's the thing. It was the primaries going on. I was neck deep in the discourse around like the Democratic primary, Bernie Sanders, and all that stuff. After Nevada, remember Nevada was like, oh, things are actually getting better. Things are on the process. There's this verge of good things happening. Remember that feeling? I went to the Leafs game last night. I know I should be shunned. You shouldn't be shunned. You can go to the fucking Leafs game. It's fine. But my work got insane seats and asked me to go last night. The arena was full and it felt weird. I mean, I don't even know how much evidence there is that these events are mass like super spreader events. I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure it's not nothing, but you're allowed to go. You're allowed to go to the Leafs game. To be fair, I was a Patreon subscriber of the 49th Pair Help, but I never knew how to join the Discord. Yeah. Hard to know if they're super spreader events if they just never release the data. That's right. If we just stop keeping track of who has what and how many cases there are 0 cases. Which is actually funny because that's what Donald Trump was saying like in like month 2 of the pandemic. Just stop testing and the cases will go down. That's what he was saying, and everyone's like, this orange man bad. And now like across the political spectrum, from liberal to conservative, they're all like, yep. That's what we're doing. Let's go with that, actually. We tried for 2 years to do stuff, and we're just giving up, so let's go with that. That's absolutely how it is now. Government capital won. We lost. Now we got to live with it. Pretty much. Yep. I mean, at this point, if you're going to an event, you're consenting to the risk, and everyone else there is likely consenting to it, though. I guess maybe not the staff. Yeah, that's part of it. That is part of it. Speaking of hockey, some good Russia news. Tonight could be the night Ovechkin hits number 3 all-time goals. What an amazing career he's had. And it's interesting, too, as someone that's been kind of, like, criticized a lot for his, like, being Russian and the climate of Russophobia right now in not only just in America, but Washington as well. How Washington is still kind of, like, rallied around Ovechkin. I think that's kind of cool. Now, when he got a goal the other night, everyone was chanting Ovechkin's name in the arena. And he was, like, tearing up. I thought that was nice. That was a nice moment. I'll have to prime my mask for my cold dead hands. Yeah, I intend to stay masked going in these public events, like going to the grocery store, and public places. It's just like even without COVID, you realize how much benefits there is in people not spreading their fucking gross germs everywhere. Again, I've mentioned this before. I've like been healthier over the last 2 years than probably I was in the previous 5 years. Right? Like I've had very few coughs and colds and flus just from the fact that everyone is necessitated to wear a mask in public places, in the grocery store, and where people congregate. That just seems like it's a practice that has enormous health benefits, even if COVID doesn't exist, which is the silly thing about dropping these mandates. Or people saying it doesn't do anything to stop the spread of COVID. Like, even if that were true, which I don't believe it is, it does do a lot to transmit the spread of all kinds of different diseases and illnesses. Like, we should just continue doing this. It's a good idea. Just have it as a best practice to go out in public and wear a mask. Hello, vexing thoughts. Yeah, I've not been sick since before the pandemic. I really don't think that I've had a meaningful cold that I can remember over the last 2 years. I always wanted to go to some kind of gamer Comic-Con, and now I never will because of this experience. Yeah, and I think you can still have these, but we should still have best practices in place. What do you do to prevent glasses fogging up when using a mask? I mean, you wear the mask high on your nose, I think, number one. And this is the thing. Landersill, I don't want to puncture your opinion, your beliefs of me or anything. These are not prescription glasses. These are not prescription glasses. I do not wear glasses. I just wear them when I do the stream. These are blue light lenses. I do not wear glasses. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I've talked about this openly before. This is not the first time I've admitted this. I just feel like when I just started doing the stream, looking at myself on camera, I just thought I looked better wearing glasses. I'm staring at a screen all day. They block the blue light. I don't know if that's like a placebo or if that's an actual thing. You know, it has some benefits. I look more professional. I checked that brand out for your glasses. Pricey, but very nice. But did the lens actually work and not make you feel dizzy? I've had bad luck with blue light glasses in general. No, I feel pretty good. I like wearing these glasses. Yeah, I think they look great on you. Maybe consider looking into the sun for like 2 seconds and making it a permanent addition. Listen, I don't do this often, all right? I don't do this often. It just doesn't look right, does it? It doesn't. It looks weird. This is how I look normally, like when I'm going about my daily life. This is how I look. Yeah, I know it's disturbing. I know. This is what I mean. I know. I mean, even in most pictures that I take, in most selfies that I do, I am not wearing glasses. I only ever wear glasses when I'm doing this stream. The mustache is also for the blue light. That's right. I heard Rob's energy drinks were water the whole time. That is not true. That is not true at all. Some random was here a moment ago. I'm sorry I had to see that. See the reaction? People hated that. That made me intensely uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Clueless. I'm sorry. I have to be honest with you, though. Everyone hated that. Yeah, that's right. I heard it's Rob's birthday today. True. Fact check, true. It's my birthday year. All right? No, Marina, I can't do this to the community again. I'm sorry. Everyone hated it, Marina. I can't do it again now. Look at the reaction. People lost their fucking minds. I've asked Twitch to refund every gifted sub ever. And again, folks, this is what I look like 90% of the time. I actually like the glasses. Well, thank you, Rylan. Okay, Marina, this is just for you because we're friends, okay? This is what I look like normally. All right? Okay? I know it's not so bad. Again, this is literally how I look like every single time that I'm not sitting here in front of this camera. That's what I look like. This is my honest opinion, Robert. So you look good wearing those Danish communist glasses. Thank you, Carmine. Social distancing. Yeah, I like them. This is the weird thing. It's not bad. It's just not Rob, but it is me though. That's the thing. In real life, that's what I look like. You have nice eyebrows. Thank you very much. Stone Cold Roberto still alive. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. How is Trader Joe's, Nicole? You do be looking really good in the glasses, though. Good for you, because I look ugly as shit. Oh, don't say that. Come on. What did I miss? I took off my glasses, Nicole, and everyone freaked out. Because I was admitting to people that I don't actually wear glasses to see. I just wear them on this stream to like look professional and to block out the blue lights. And everyone was shocked at this revelation. I talked about how I don't actually need these glasses to see. And then I took them off and everyone just lost their fucking minds. Trader Joe's was fined a super fast trip because a mega donor is coming over to pick up my shit today. So I'm getting my stuff together for that. So if I murdered, it was a chatter that did it. Okay, well don't get murdered though. Okay? I don't approve of that. I don't approve of that at all. Is your makeup also the makeup that blocks blue light? I don't wear makeup. Do not wear makeup. You're getting murdered. You don't even care that Ukrainians are dying. Jesus. This is the selfishness. It's the selfishness for me. You should wear makeup on camera. Everyone should. I guess I don't feel like I need to. What's your skincare routine? Honestly, I don't have much of one. I don't have much of a skincare routine. Nicole, I can't do it for the third time. I literally did it twice. I took off the glasses twice. And I'm pretty sure you've seen me without glasses before. I'm pretty sure. I've posted a number of selfies online. Many people have seen. No glasses. Not only have I seen you without glasses, I fail to notice you're not wearing glasses. Exactly. There's an emote without glasses. Thank you, Dr. Awesome. That's right. He's put us through a lot. I don't know if we're ready for another showing. Wake up. I bet you put on a little makeup. What a great album. Let me give you a beatdown, Rob. I could make you so pretty. I did do a gender swapped selfie one time. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I can. I don't remember what the title was. What the title of the selfie was. Take care, Rylan. Incoherent Surge Tanky and Noises. I love that album so much. That's not only one of the best albums of the 2000s, that's one of the best albums of all time. I absolutely love it. It's not actually my birthday. It's not. It's a common meme. I don't want to scam people. It's a common meme where I pretend it's my birthday, but it is not the case. I'm a Gemini. Gemini Squad. June 3rd. Gemini Gang. I think you have fallen for this multiple times, yeah. He says he's posted photos without glasses. I literally have no recollection of that. It's like we blocked it out. Thank you, Stick. Thanks for wishing me a happy birthday. Ghost is also Gemini Gang. Mm. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die in my... Yeah, that's good stuff. A lot of good songs on that album. The Prison song, big fan of that one. Big fan of that one. I'm really trying to look for this gender swapped selfie. I can't find it. I can't find it, folks. I'm sorry. I'm sure you would have really liked that. Natal chart. I don't even know what my natal chart is. I don't even know what that is. I'm not sure. We've kind of gotten away from talking about anything important, haven't we? By the way, folks, we're in hour 5 now. We're in hour 5 of this stream. How do we feel about getting to the sub goal? How about that? I'm putting in the time. I'm putting in that hours today. My NATO chart. Oh my. Hour 5 is a marathon. This is much longer than my normal streams. We can't get 4 more. I'm sure we can get 4 more subs. Right? Surely we can. Why would anyone buy you subs now with Rob with perfect vision? I should have never told you about this. I should have maintained this illusion.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I should never have opened up about this. This is what I get. Thank you, Top Scruffy, for the 11 months of Tier 1. Thank you very, very much.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for gifting another sub. Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing. And it should not be up to Comrade Social Distancing, who has gifted 518
count on me. You're going to have good old
in this
Rob
channel
to talk you through all this.
to carry us through to this sub goal in this 5-hour marathon stream. And thank you very much, Pinklon. Pinklon, thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. Thank you very, very much. Now we got a hype train. Look at that. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. It feels like we're just doing this for the rest of the day, doesn't it? Okay. Rob, be careful. You might make it into a greedy female compilation. That would be, I think I would support that if someone did that to me.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I do have to be careful.
I was always thinking when looking at your Twitter profile pic, why is he trying to look so handsome? Just wear your glasses, be yourself. And now I learn I in fact was getting the inauthentic version of the Rob.
Thank you, Critical Mass. But that's the whole point. You were getting the authentic version. You were getting the authentic version. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. I've been literally posting pics of myself on Twitter for years. I'm very narcissistic. I'm not shy about posting images of myself. Right?
You can count on me.
I've been very open and honest about
to
this.
talk you through all this.
Thank you, Kijiji Genie, for gifting a sub to Left Flank Vets. Thank you very much. You don't have to wear glasses. I like you just the way you are. Thank you, Bad Bunny. I appreciate that. I also thought you took your glasses off only for photos. Man, I feel bad. Like I've been deceiving people here. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. You can finally peel off the fake mustache, dude. That's never coming off. You know how weird I look with no facial hair? Can you imagine if I just showed up one day with no glasses and I'd completely clean shaven? How fucking weird that would be for everybody? I would never subject you to that. Don't worry. I would never subject anyone to that. This is not nothing. What do we think about this? What do you think about this? I was on vacation, okay? It's not going to make you a knuckle sandwich. I'm still very nice. Still a very nice man. Okay? Not a little vacation. That's all. Trying to find other old pictures of myself now. I guess this is what we're doing on the stream now. I guess this is what we're doing. Can someone explain this absurdly flat brim hat trend? I like the flat brims, that's all. I prefer it. And if you enjoy a curved brim, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Personally, I prefer the flat brim. Okay? I just think it looks better. That's all. That's just all there is to it. Okay, you ready for this? Here's another one. You ready for this? You don't have to get not hostile. Different person entirely. Is this like a cousin? This is just me. This was not even that long ago. This was like 2015. I guess that is a long time ago now that I think about it. As depressing as that is. Up and coming actor vibes. Yeah, 7 years ago. I guess it was kind of a long time ago now that you mention it. That was probably when I was like the thinnest that I'd been in my adult life as well. This is really freaking people out, isn't it? This is what I look like. How are people still watching this stream? This is amazing. Like, I'm not even talking about anything important. I'm literally just showing you young pictures of myself. And not even that young. I was still 32 or 3 at this point. I don't know. Maybe 31. I don't remember. 1 month out from leaving the Mormon church. These all look like Sam Sider made them. Why do you choose to look like this now? You mean like how I look currently? I don't know. I feel like I look like if I was clean shaven now with no glasses, it just would look weird. Like I would look young. Like I would look like I would look weirdly simultaneously young and old. Okay, after a certain point when you're like, I'm nearly 40 years old. I have to at least do something so I don't look like this like kid anymore. This like overgrown child. Right? It would look weird. If I was totally clean shaven now, it would just be bizarre. And that photo looks like you're thinking of enlisting. I can't remember what I was thinking at that moment. I can't remember. Head completely empty. Pure himbo. Pure himbo mode. Over there. Head completely just devoid of all thoughts. There's objectively nothing more masculine and attractive than a man over the age of 30 wearing a Batman or other superhero branded flat-brimmed cap preferably accompanied by a tasteful pair of 3/4 length cargo shorts. You people are too funny. You people are just too funny. I'll try. This will be the last thing of this I'll do. Because I did. The last time that I did shave was shortly before my kid was born. Yeah, so this is more a reflection of like what I look like currently. I don't know if I should show this picture. My skin, I was having a very dry skin situation in this picture I see. I don't know if it's a good idea to look at this. Have you always had the voice? That's right. The voice like in Dune. Yeah, I guess I've always sounded like this. That's true. I forgot I meant to keep my mustache and shaved clean last night. I looked 12. See, I would look weird. I would look super weird if I were to do that now. See, as you can see though in this image, just ignore my dry skin situation. For people asking about my skincare routine, sometimes my skin is really not good. But I was upset about shaving. Because I was like, why did I do this? So I was making like a sad face. Yeah. This is what I look like normally. Like this is more, and again, I'm thinner in this picture than I am now. Can I just say you've glowed up? Thank you, then Nicole. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. Because I was significantly thinner in this image, which I do kind of miss that a little bit. But this is like what I actually look like, though. Okay. How many of these hoodies do you own? Quite a few. Do you miss the court, Rob? Yeah, I do, actually. I do. Around that time of that picture, I was playing basketball every single week. And I felt mentally and physically great. Can we see you in a suit? Oh boy. There's not a lot of pictures of me in a suit. There's a picture of me in a blazer from a few months ago. That's not what you're asking for, though. That is not what you're asking for, I know. Is there a picture of me in a suit? I don't know. I'm looking right now. I'm not going to show you pictures of my high school prom. That's one thing I'm not going to do right now. When was the last time I even wore a suit? It's probably at my cousin's wedding, and that was a suit, but I didn't wear a tie. That's probably the best I could do, and I probably look like I'm 12 years old in that one as well. I don't even know if I have it. It doesn't seem to be in my photos. This is the best I can do. This is the best I can do for you. What do we think about this? Is that my friend Matt's wedding? You feeling it? Okay. I don't know how. I don't know how. What was I talking about? Water beds, and I'm just like looking at old pictures of myself. This is what happens when I stream for longer than 5 hours. It becomes very unfocused. It becomes very unfocused when I stream for more than 5 hours. Start doing all kinds of crazy shit. I haven't exercised regularly in so long, I'm convinced it would dramatically help my mental health. Yep, it would indeed. I'm hoping to get back to my sports this year. My doc made me promise I'd go for a walk every other day. Maybe we should make a maybe this spring and summer, we should make a community promise to each other to hold ourselves accountable and start doing sports and physical activity again. We've got Nicole as well doing it on stream, motivating people as part of the Build But Better agenda. Maybe we should follow this example. And we should start holding each other accountable. And committing to increase our physical fitness.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
BBB was motivating me for a week, but then I fell off. I got to start playing basketball again. I really do. I really do. Yeah, and someone was asking for high school, Rob? Okay, yeah. Maybe I should try and start playing basketball again this summer. I don't know. I could do a basketball stream. Imagine that. How did you become a leftist, Rob? Did I just say? I'm sorry. I'm already losing it. I'm already fucking losing it. But thank you, Pinklon, for gifting a sub. I forgot already if I said thank you or not. How did you become a leftist? I don't know. I mean, I've always had liberal, progressive values, and then I think it's just been this steady process. It's been this steady process over the last 2 decades, basically, of seeing a lot of the promises that were made to our generation in terms of things getting better, being whittled away. You know, the Iraq War was one thing that really radicalized me. The financial crisis, Occupy Wall Street, the Trump election. Just it's been this sort of normal. Becoming a leftist for me has been sort of a normal reaction, I think, to what has been happening in our world, and just being like, feeling like our whole future is in jeopardy. And seeing the ruling class just completely united in ensuring that the status quo that has led to this moment remains in place at all costs. I've been unconsciously class conscious my entire life. It's only recently that I found the vocabulary to properly describe it. Yeah, super. And just like, again, being really into like Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn in 28, like between in the 2010s, you know, I became a big supporter of Bernie's like early like in probably 2010 when he did his big filibuster speech where he spoke for hours and hours at a time when he was trying to prevent some big bargain between the Obama administration and Republicans on Social Security. I became a big supporter of Bernie, watched his campaign kind of really grow into this big mass movement, was really into Corbyn. And then seeing those two movements fail, I think, was really radicalizing as well, and specifically how they failed and how they were kind of sabotaged by the ruling class, in terms, especially with like liberals and progressives, and the way that the ruling class and the media establishment came together to ensure that these very mild social democrats, who are not radical and who are not communists and who are not these crazy radicals, the ruling class came together to ensure that they would have no possible opportunity to make things even slightly better. That was really radicalizing as well. And that's when you start looking for ideas and concepts and theories. You need a theory. And I think that was one thing that made me start to like look outside of the acceptable norms of what we've been told or allowed, and start to really like go past the limit of like, yeah, what's told to us is acceptable, and like what we're allowed to advocate for and accept, and what we're not allowed to, and really just go start pushing beyond that. And that's when you realize, when you look into the writing of communists, and specifically with Marxist-Leninists over the years, that have outlined a lot of these problems that we're currently facing, and have identified them and talked about them and talked about the answers to overcoming that. And you realize, oh, they've already been talking about all these things for years and years. We just weren't really told about that. That's been this ongoing process. Someone asked for long hair, Rob. That's... I don't know. I might be able to do something for you. So I had really long hair in like 2008, but there's not a lot of pictures of me from that time. There's not a lot of pictures of me from when I had really long hair. There's this. Oh boy. This is actually funny because I'm wearing the same hoodie that I'm wearing right at this moment in this picture from 12 years ago. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this, folks? If you're not ready, I don't have to look at it. If you're not ready, I don't have to open this image that I have in front of me right here. I'm seeing a mix. I'm seeing a mix of different opinions. All right, here we go. Here goes nothing. You ready? All right. Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. That's the wrong one. Sorry. It's not. That's not the image. Sorry. Let me back up here. I had it open in the wrong window. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. Here's the picture. You ready for this? You ready to see this? Here we go. I'm literally wearing the same hoodie right at this exact moment I was wearing in this image. I was playing the keys in that little indie band coming on. I played guitar, thank you very much. And it wasn't a little indie band. We had a major label record contract. I don't know if you know this about me. I was played in a band this was shortly after I left, but I had a major label record contract with Virgin Records, I'll have you know. I used to be a big shot. I used to be a big deal in the music biz. You threw it all away for the love of the game. That's right. I really just wanted to, instead of being on a stage in front of thousands of people playing music, I really wanted to just be able to sit in my basement and talk about waterbeds for a living, for my job. That's what I wanted to do. This is the dude in college that says he knows how to get shrooms. Oh, yeah. Now you're on a bunch of government lists. That's right. That's my main accomplishment now. You keep in touch with the band at all? Yeah, I do. I still hang out with some of the guys from the band a couple times a year. In fact, I've been in touch with some of the guys from the band because I want them to. I'm trying to mix my music that I've been making for this stream, so I can release an album. I'm going to release an electronic music album of all the music that I create for this stream. So I've been talking with some of the guys from my band about helping me with that project. So keep an eye out for that. I'm getting back in the game. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Do not think we'll be doing a reunion tour, unfortunately. That I don't think so. Getting the band back together. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be in the cards. Me and VJ, we're gonna start a Steely Dan cover band. Maybe we'll get freshly Dan-pilled community member Bad Bunny involved in that somehow. She took the Dan pill and she's a big fan now. She wants all of you to know this. I'm gonna do backup vocals. The virus is spreading. Nicole's Money's vocal range is understated. Nicole, in all seriousness, very good singer. We don't talk about this enough. Nicole's a very good singer, very talented singer. This is true. This is very true. Is he an Asia fan or a Gaucho fan? The song that I sent Bad Bunny the other day was Hey 19. And she was into it. So I guess more Gaucho. I'm waiting a little bit to give the Asia pill because Asia is a little bit more jazzy. Okay. Last classic picture, okay? I've been taking a trip down memory lane. I talked about being in a band and stuff. Okay? Last one. That's me there. You have to, if you want to know the name, people know it. It's like I still find it fun to like be coy about it. You can figure this out pretty easily. You can figure it out pretty easily if you really want to. I like being coy about it though. I like making people do a little bit of the work if they want to track down this part of my life. You can find it fairly easily, but I'm not going to make it easy on you. Are those your grandkids? Oh boy, Ghost. Watch out now. Watch out. In fact, we had a fan of my band coming in the community for a little while. Remember? She hasn't stopped by. Amy. She hasn't stopped by for a while. Immediately, the first day she came over and was like, "Oh, I remember you. It's so cool that I found you on Twitch," and it was really cool. And I immediately started talking about like North Korea and debunking North Korean propaganda. I don't know if that alarmed her at all. I don't think so. She seemed pretty into it actually. But that was fun though. That was fun. She shows up in the Discord sometimes. Amy, very, very lovely person. She didn't seem to mind too much. Yeah, that was okay. All these youths are skipping class right now. I remember like we would do photo shoots and stuff with my band, and I always felt so uncomfortable. I felt really uncomfortable. I never felt like I was being able to be myself. I always felt super weird about it and self-conscious. And there would be these big productions behind it, you know. We went out to the fucking woods in England one time and took all these crazy photos out in the woods. Huge, like big productions with like people working there and stuff. It was like a big deal. Fashion people and costume designers and all that stuff. And I felt so weird about it. And I remember that photo shoot, we just like randomly, it was just completely like random and like, oh, let's just take a few pictures while we're outside some venue or whatever. And it ended up being so much better than like a lot of the other like actual photo shoots we ever did. I never felt comfortable with that stuff at all. You know, I like playing and writing music and performing and stuff, but like that I did not enjoy. I did not enjoy that part of it. Probably just immersing herself in more Juche. I would hope so. Yeah, I would hope so. I hope Amy comes back and hangs out sometime. Big production woods in England. You know, you don't have to pay to visit the woods over there. It sounds like you got scammed. I agree. King Uendo. I was a big deal in England for a little while. I toured the UK in a decommissioned Royal Mail van and slept in the decommissioned Royal Mail van in like random parking lots across the UK and all these kinds of like slow, picturesque UK villages and towns and stuff. No, we didn't have, I wouldn't say we had groupies, no. We definitely had, we had fans that followed us all across the UK. There were people that drove across the UK and went to, like, every single one of our shows. It was so bizarre. It was really weird to get used to. Listening to Rob talk about this, I just don't feel the same. Yeah, I know what you mean. This is where Rob cultivated his perfect English accent. Completely indistinguishable, yeah? Can't believe there was a cult before the Friendship Triangle. I know, that's the thing. It's like, I was part of a cult before, and then I left, and then I spent years building myself back up to a point where I could start another cult. Now you have people traveling from Twitter to Twitch to see you perform. That's right. You know, I'm going to stay for 20 more minutes. You know, in 20 more minutes, I'm going to cross the 6-hour mark. It's going to be a 6-hour stream today. Can you believe that? Pretty wild stuff. A momentous occasion. And yeah, it stopped being like informative in any way probably 3 hours ago. It stopped being informative or educational or remotely valuable hours ago now. And still somehow there's people watching. That's interesting. I hope you enjoyed this trip down memory lane and seeing pictures of young Rob before I became the grizzled caricature that you see in front of you now. We did learn a lot about waterbeds, that's true. seen a Rob and Bad Bunny collab exercise tree with basketball and squats. That would really be something else, wouldn't it? You remember when Robs were odd? My goodness. Goodness gracious, folks. You can teach me to basketball and I can teach you to BBB. I feel like I'm already doing, that's one area where I'm doing okay still. Was the guitar in the video yours? I don't remember what guitar you're referring to. Do you want to see my guitar though? I do still have this back. It's not in tune. I'm not even going to try and play it. The Gibson Explorer. Gibson Explorer. Fucking great guitar. Very cool looking too. It's not in tune though. It's not in tune. I'm not going to try and play it at the moment. Maybe some other time. Is that what Dimebag Darrell played? I believe, didn't he play a Flying V? I believe he played a Flying V. Does your ramp go to 11? Play us music. I play you music that I make like literally every day on the stream. Literally every day I play music that I made on this stream. I do have an acoustic as well, yeah. I've got just like a Yamaha acoustic that I've had for like 20 years. I know somewhere I've got it. Talking about crazy pictures. Oh man. Oh boy. I'm letting you two in. You're getting too much access here. This is going way too far here. There's a lot of pictures of me playing live, and it's really hard to like actually playing live to look cool. Even though it looks cool when you're playing a concert, taking an out of context image from it very rarely looks cool. You're always making a weird face, or like it's very difficult to look cool in that context. Not impossible, but it's very difficult. Trying to find a specific one that you people would freak out over.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness, Gen X Bushy. Gen X Bushy, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you. And thank you, Nicole, for the reminder. I have been working hard today. That lady looked cool and she sprayed that guy with piss. Boy, was that ever a lot of piss. When I was seeing, like, dialogue about this, yeah, she peed on some guy, and I was like, okay, but how much can she possibly have peed on him? Turns out, a lot. It was really a lot. Like, no, they were not exaggerating about the level of pee that was in that video. I didn't piss and got all excited. Yeah, I guess so. That was really an amount of piss that you would have to think she knew what she wanted to do on stage before chugging gallons of water beforehand. It really was, like, outrageous. Like, it really was. I'm just trying to find other pictures I can show you guys from the past. It's funny. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, what do we think about this? The funniest part about that was the band's apology afterwards. She got carried away and things got out of hand. It was such a great way to describe what happened. That was really something else. It really didn't do justice to what we saw that day, that fateful day. Why are you sulking? I don't know. I just was trying to be funny because it's like I'm wearing this Viking hat. And it's like a funny thing it's a funny expression to be making when you're wearing a Viking hat. How old were you? I guess in there I was like 24? I was like 24 or 25. Can't quite remember. I've never seen a funnier picture. Everyone goes through that emo Viking phase. That's right. That's exactly right. It's still amazing to me that there's people watching this stream. What is this? What am I even doing? Why am I showing you this? Why am I showing you these things? I don't know. Okay, Jesus Christ. Here's the last one I'm leaving you with, okay? This is it. This is the last one. No more after this. No more after this, all right? You've been completely spoiled today. You've been spoiled with this shit. It's no more now. Return to tradition. I was big into wearing, I had purple jeans at this time. I wore these purple jeans quite often. This is the kind of shit that I used to do in my youth. This is the kind of shit that I used to get up to. It's time to come to terms with your magnetic stage presence. And it's the same guitar I was just showing you. See, it's the same guitar. If you thought I was messing around about this stuff. If I tried to do this now, both my knees would just instantly shatter. And I would probably throw out my back. Did Gen X Bushy's subs add to the... They don't seem like they've added to the total. Am I crazy about that? Because I was thinking, we could... It's been 6 hours. I'm showing you all kinds of old, embarrassing pictures of myself. I feel like getting up to 50 subs isn't a reasonable goal. Frankly. But for some reason, they don't seem to be adding to the... They definitely registered. I see in the feed there, it shows that they're there, so I'm sure they'll show up. But so it is at 42 right now. It is at 42. Oh. That's what I was doing in my 20s. If you can believe that. The indie band to pop phenom to Twitch communist pipeline. This is the path that I've been on over the last 15 years. The stream has been very good. I've been working from home for months and don't communicate with anyone for 8 hours a day. So I don't have something playing. I will slowly lose it. I'm glad you appreciate it, Eric. And people should also follow Eric and Big Shiny Takes, who have also been getting into the Twitch game as well. And they have got a great Twitch stream. I can't even talk anymore. We're a think tank that bullies newspaper columnists. Is the Twitch stream just this? Big Shiny Takes? Is it like that? Everyone should follow this. Everyone should follow Big Shiny Takes. Really good stream. Ugh. And now I'm just kind of sitting here for the next 5 minutes. I'm just going to kind of sit here awkwardly. You know what? I'm just going to transition into the whole goodbye segment. Tomorrow I will be back at noon, I believe, and we'll try to get back to more productive stuff than just looking at pictures of myself from my 20s and early 30s. I'll probably do less of that stuff tomorrow. I'll try to just talk more about news and the normal stuff that we do talk about. Tomorrow we'll look at pictures of future Rob. Oh boy. Crazy. Yeah, I saw that stream with Desmond Cole. That was so, and Shama Rangwala. That was so cool. I tuned in right at the last moment. I was like, oh, this is great. And as soon as I got there, ended. Coincidence? I don't know. We got nervous you showed up. That's right. Yeah. goodness.
Great job
Aw.
today, Rob.
Bad Bunny, thank you so very much. For the 2,000 friend coin, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you, Nicole. That's really very sweet of you. Bad Bunny is a good friend, it's true. And since no one else, she tried to rally people to subscribe, which only Gen X Bushy took up the offer. So then, like, my mods and Bad Bunny are forced to, like, pick up the slack, which is unfortunate, to say the least, and a little disappointing. Frankly. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. B-Rat, thank you very much. Thank you, B-Rat, for the 5 gifted subs. That's very, very nice of you, B-Rat. Thank you, B-Rat. We're saying the Doc Hollywood raid? Yeah. Let's do that. I mean, should I raid Doc Hollywood or should I raid Keffels, who's also talking about this? I mean, Keffels is already doing pretty good on the viewers. What do we think? I know Doc needs our assistance to build the stream up. Keffels could be good to raid as well, though. Okay, we'll raid Doc Hollywood, who raided this channel earlier on today. Doc Hollywood's a community member. You know, we love Doc Hollywood. So we're gonna raid Doc, but also again, shout out Keffels again, who does rock and who has been doing a lot of really important coverage and fundraising for the, you know, attack on trans people. So also definitely follow Keffels and the work that they've been doing on it. I'll be back tomorrow at noon. Okay? And we'll talk about serious shit again. And there's no more pictures of young me now. That's all. You're cut off now. You're cut off. Shit, I didn't time this well. Start this one over. Six hours, folks. We did it. I'll see you tomorrow.